Welcome to the ultimate AutoCAD journey, whether you are an aspiring architect, engineer, or designer. This course will take you from zero to hero. We will break down the essentials step by step with clear hands-on lessons, no fluff. Just real tools and techniques to get you drawing with confidence in AutoCAD. Let's fire up our screens and start creating. So let's start. The first time we launch the AutoCAD application, we get this window here. We won't spend a lot of time on it as there is not much important to cover, except of here in recent, we get a preview of the projects which we have previously worked on and save it. I think these three are here by default from AutoCAD. I previously or recently worked on the full project drawing, this one. That's why I get a preview of it. If I click on it, I would get the file drawing back. The other two important points are open and new. In open, we can search on our computer for AutoCAD drawing file. So if I hit open, I can go to the desired location. In my case, I have it on my desktop. Full project drawing, if I click on it and hit open, I get this project which I have previously worked on open again, and I can continue to work or modify it. By the way, this is the end result of our AutoCAD course. So if you stay tuned and continue to watch this tutorial, at the end of our course, you will get to draw this project here, which is a floor plan, elevation, and section. Let me close it for now and go back to our default window here. And then we have new. In new, we can open an AutoCAD drawing file from zero without having anything inside it. So a complete new AutoCAD file. Here we have an arrow. If I click on it and go to Browse Templates, here we have a couple of AutoCAD templates to choose from according to your preference and need. I always go for AutoCAD, the default AutoCAD template version. Hit open, and as you see, we get a new AutoCAD drawing file. So if I would like to open multiple AutoCAD drawing files, simply hit this plus here, and as you see, I can open as many as I wish to. If you want to work on multiple projects at once, to close it, simply hit this X icon here, and so we get a simple one AutoCAD drawing file. So let me close this one as well. The rest here is not very important. For example, here you have announcement from Autodesk. Okay, you will get news here. If you want to connect it to your Autodesk account, and nothing really learning. By the way, if I click on it, you get a couple of tutorials from Autodesk. Right now, I am not connected to the internet, that's why. But clicking here, you will get some quick AutoCAD tutorials from Autodesk itself. The rest is not important, so let's simply hit new, and by default it opens the AutoCAD.wt AutoCAD version, and from here on we will start with our AutoCAD course. So let's get familiar with the AutoCAD interface. At the very top on the left side, we have the application tab. By clicking on it, as previously mentioned, we have the new and the open option. To open a new AutoCAD file or open an AutoCAD file or a drawing that we previously have saved. In order to save an AutoCAD file, we have the save and the save as option. Import allows us to import another file, another drawing from other softwares. We could also import a PDF file. In export, we are allowed to export our drawings or our AutoCAD file to different versions of the file, like DWF, DWFX, or simply export it to a PDF after we have drawn something inside of AutoCAD. The print option, which is very important, allows us to plot and batch plot our drawings. Plot for a single plot, and batch plot if we have multiple drawings inside of our AutoCAD file. Batch plot is very important and very time efficient. We will explain about it later on. It sounds straightforward, but it isn't. I highly recommend to keep watching. We will come to batch plot at the end of our tutorial where we will use So, let's get familiar with the AutoCAD interface. At the very top on the left side, we have the Application tab. By clicking on this arrow, we get the same options as previously mentioned, New and Open. Here we have also the opportunity to save our AutoCAD drawing, if we want later to come back to it and do further modifications. On Import option, we can import a PDF or other formats coming from other softwares inside of AutoCAD. In Export, we can export our drawing file to different file versions like DWF, or we could simply export our project to a PDF. Publish, we will leave it for now, where you can simply share it to an online platform, send it via email, or archive your drawing file. In the Print option, as the name suggests, we can plot our drawing or use batch plot to plot multiple drawings at once. It sounds pretty straightforward, but it isn't. It's a bit tricky, and we will come to it later on when we draw a full project and we will batch plot the separated drawings inside of our AutoCAD file. Batch plot is very important as it saves a lot of time and is a professional way to plot multiple drawings at once. For plot and batch plot, we will come to page setup. Right now, don't break your head over it if you don't understand quite well. More to it later on. In drawing utilities, we have drawing properties, where we can change the properties of our drawing. We can change units like from centimeter to meter or to inches, and many more. But for right now, we will leave it as it is. Our next part from the AutoCAD interface is this part here, which is called the Quick Access Toolbar, which we can find almost the same options as we had in the Application tab. The two different options here are Undo and Redo if you want to go back and forth in our drawing. Then we will move on to the title bar. Here it says Autodesk AutoCAD 2025 with the name of the project, which is Drawing 01. If I would choose Save As or Save and go to Desktop and name my file to AutoCAD Course and then choose Save. Oh, I already have a version of it. Do I want to replace it? Yes. As you see, the name changes to AutoCAD Course. And here in the title bar as well, AutoCAD 2025, where our drawing is called AutoCAD Course. And the file version, which is DWG, the default AutoCAD file type. Here we have the file type. As previously explained, by clicking on the plus icon, we will get a new AutoCAD file, and clicking the close button closes and returns to our main AutoCAD file. This part here, which is very important, is called the ribbon. In the ribbon of AutoCAD, we can find most of the AutoCAD functions, which are organized in categories. Like in the Home tab, we find the drawing tools, the modify tools, the annotation tools, layers, blocks, and etc. These are the main functions which we will use inside of AutoCAD. We will also use the Insert tab in the ribbon, where we have some very useful options like importing an PDF, attaching a file, and many more. The Annotation tab, very important, allows us to type text, create dimensions, and other annotations inside of AutoCAD. The rest is non-existing to us, not quite important to explain. Let's move back to our main interface. Here at the very bottom, we have the Layout tab, where we can create multiple layouts and prepare our drawings later on for batch plot. To go back to our model space, we simply click on Model. And like this, we switch between Layout mode to Model mode. Also more to it later on. Then we move on to the most important part of AutoCAD, the heart or the brain of AutoCAD, which is the command line. What the command line does? By simply typing the name of these options here, or these functions here, we can access them. Instead of every time going to click on them to activate them, we can simply type the shortcuts. I will leave in the description below a PDF which I highly recommend to read it with the most important shortcuts in AutoCAD, as they are the way to work faster and more efficient inside of AutoCAD. They allow us to speed up our workflow. And most professionals work mainly with the command line instead of clicking on these functions here individually. Our next part in the AutoCAD interface is this part here, which is called the status bar. Here, by clicking on the grid mode, we can deactivate the background grid and activate it back. We can also enable the ortho mode here, which allows us only to draw in 90 degrees. Very important. Later on, we will use it quite a lot. Also, other important options are here, the snap cursors, which allow us to draw precisely inside of AutoCAD. We will go through them one by one later on. Here, by clicking these 3 lines, we get more options, like if you want to activate line weight or transparency, and many more options inside of AutoCAD. The cross symbol that I'm currently or regularly pointing at inside of AutoCAD or navigating is called the selection cursor. And this area here is called the drawing area of AutoCAD. Here will be the area where we will design or draw. That was it for the AutoCAD interface. One more time, a quick snapshot if you missed anything, and if you want to have the different parts of AutoCAD memorized. I suggest you leave it as it is. Throughout the tutorial, we will come back and mention the different parts of AutoCAD regularly, and you will get them by time memorized. The only important thing is to know the ribbon, which we will come to it quite a lot, the command line, and here the status bar. Let's move on to the AutoCAD navigation tools. This area here is called the navigation bar inside of AutoCAD, which allows us to navigate in our drawing. We could simply rotate currently we are at top view. We can rotate by clicking on this arrow here to view our drawing on different angles from the top view. We can also simply click and press to rotate if you want to go to the front view. If you want to go back to the top view, click on this arrow here. Here we have a couple of other options, which is called the full navigation wheel. I highly recommend to avoid it, as I find it quite unnecessary, but I will still explain how to work with it. By clicking on it, you see with the mouse we get the navigation wheel. By clicking on zoom and keep pressing, we can zoom in and zoom out. We could also use the pan mode. Click on it and press, and as you see, we can press up and down, right and left, and more. But Why? As you previously I said, we want to avoid this, as we can simply, with our cursor, if we roll it forward, we zoom in. If we move our scroll backward, we move out. The scroll forward, move in for zoom. If we move it backward, our scroll, we zoom out. For the pan modes, simply press the scroll button on your mouse and we can use the pan mode. And for the 2D drawings, these are the main two navigation tools we will use. The rest is not so important to us unless we are drawing in 3D. And AutoCAD is not so much of a 3D software. So now let's get into real business and start to draw in AutoCAD. But before that, you may feel or have noticed already that your mouse cursor or selection cursor is a bit too small. To adjust this size and feel comfortable with it, we go to our command line and type OP for options. OP is the shortcut for options. We will cover later on more about shortcuts. For now, click on options and this window, the options dialog window, pops up. Here we have a couple of categories. I highly suggest to leave it as it is and don't change anything unless you have a good reason to do so. We will click on display and then we'll go to crosshair size, and let's go, for the purpose of this tutorial, all the way to 100, hit apply and then OK. And as you see, our selection crosshair got much bigger. I've seen people using it, but for me personally, I don't feel comfortable with it to be this big, as sometimes it interferes with the drawing. So let's go back to our command line, type OP for options, and crosshair size, by default it was 5. I want it to be slightly bigger than the default version, so I will type 7, apply and OK. Now for me it feels better, and you can change the size according to your preference. You may also have noticed a small rectangle at a small square at the center of our crosshair selection. To change the size of that one as well, we go again to the command line, type OP, options. Then we go to selection, and here you can adjust your selection pick box size to according to your preference. I want to make it slightly bigger. Then hit apply and OK. And right now, yes, my selection crosshair feels much better, as it's very important, as all our tasks we will guide or direct AutoCAD through our selection crosshair. So now let's get to the fun part of our tutorial and start to draw. We can find the drawing tools here in the ribbon in the drawing tools panel, consisting of many commands that allow us to draw in AutoCAD. We can activate them by either clicking on their icon or using their shortcuts, which is very important, and I can't stress it enough, it's very important to use shortcuts, as it is the professional way to go. It allows us to save time and effort and helps us to work much faster and more efficient. So we will activate our first command, which is the line command, by clicking on its icon, and then we will use, or try at least to use, shortcuts as much as possible. And as you see already, AutoCAD tells us specify first point. Click, move your mouse, and in order to finish to draw the line, we have to click again. And we can continue to do so as much as we want to. Once we are done with drawing the shape and we want to exit the command, hit escape or spacebar on your keyboard. Now, as you have drawn with the line, the shortcut for the line command is, instead of going back to the ribbon and clicking on its icon, is L for line, enter. And so we can continue to draw with the line command. Now, we will move to the polyline command, which its shortcut is PL, enter. And the polyline command is very similar to the line command with a slight difference. So click and continue to click in order to draw the desired shape. The same way, once you are done with drawing, hit spacebar in order to exit the command. Now, we have drawn this shape with the line command and this one with the polyline command. Their difference is, this one, which is drawn with the line command, as you see, it consists of separate lines exploded. But this shape here, which we draw with the polyline, consists of lines that are joined together. So what if you want to draw a shape with specific dimensions and with specific angles, and also be able to draw only vertical or horizontal and not randomly as we just did? To do so, let's activate the polyline command with its shortcut PL for polyline, enter. Now, if I click and start to draw, as you see, I can draw in any angle I want to. I want to draw perfectly vertical or horizontal. To do so, we go to the status bar here and click on the ortho modes icon to activate it. And as you see now, I'm restricted to only vertical or horizontal, and I cannot draw in random angles. Now, as I have the line, or by the way, I could also deactivate the ortho mode by hitting F8 to deactivate it, and activate it back by again pressing F8 on my keyboard. So now I want to draw this line by going 150 units up. To do so, type 150, enter. To go to the right side, let's say by 50 units, type 50, enter. And if you want to continue to draw randomly, we can do so. So, there is also one important point to mention. Here whenever we activate a command, here we get a couple of options, mostly with the commands. For example, while the polyline command is still activated, clicking on arc, and let me disable the ortho mode for now. As you see, I can draw polylines within arcs within the polyline command. Now, lastly, what if you want to draw a line in a specific angle? Let me activate the line command, L, enter. Now, ortho mode also activated, or F8 to deactivate, or F8 to activate it back. Click and start to draw. And now I want to draw this line in 45 degrees angle. To do so, on your keyboard, hit Shift plus smaller than sign and type 45 degrees. Enter, and as you see, I get my mouse restricted to draw only in 45 degrees of angle. Now, I want in 45 degrees to go up, let's say 100 units, type 100, enter. And I want to go up with, let's say 50 units, enter. And I want to come till here to 150, enter. And then I click on this option, close, and it closes automatically the already drawn shape for me. Now, to delete anything or select anything in AutoCAD, there are three ways to select. First of all, we need to learn how to select. The first option is simply click on the part you want to delete or to select, okay? And type on your keyboard E for erase and enter. That's the first way. For example, this one drawn with polyline, consisting of lines joined together, simply one click, and then E for erase, and enter. Now, the second method is to click from any point and move your mouse to the left side, and as you see, you get a green box. The green box, whatever it touches, selects it. Let me do escape to go back again, and this time, if I make sure the green box touches both lines, they get selected. The third method is if I click and move from left to right, I get the blue box. And as you see, this blue window, even though it touches the lines, they do not get selected unless The two lines are covered in the blue window. Now to delete them, E for erase, enter. Let's move on to our third command, which is the circle. Let me activate it this time by clicking on its icon, and then we will move to its shortcuts. And by the way, whenever we keep our mouse for a while on any of the icons, it gives us a quick explanation of what this command actually does. So, click on the circle command, and we can draw circles. Okay? And by the way, I don't need every time to activate or deactivate the circle command by going either to its icon or using its shortcut C for circle, enter, in order to draw another circle. I could simply hit spacebar on my keyboard in order to activate the previously used command. And I can continue to do so as much as I want. Every time I want the previous command to be activated, I hit spacebar and I can continue to draw circles. To make space, let me delete this one. And before I move on to the other drawing tools in AutoCAD, there is something very important I want you to learn it. So if I click on the line command and start to draw a line, okay? Escape to exit it. Now, if I want to draw a line exactly at this point, you might ask or wonder, how do we draw in such precision in AutoCAD? For example, if I would like to have a polyline exactly drawn at this end, you see I already get an indication which tells me its endpoint. And if I zoom in as much as I can, you see the lines are perfectly connected to each other. And that's because we have snap tools in AutoCAD. You can find them here in the status bar by clicking on the snap cursor or it's called the object snap. Okay, clicking on this arrow, as you see, we have here snap tools in AutoCAD. To make sure you understand what we are just mentioning, allow me to disable all the snap tools. And now, if I would activate the line command, L, enter, and try to draw a line from this end, okay, and if I zoom in, you see there is still a gap and the line is not precisely on the endpoint of the previously drawn line. But if I would go to the status bar and to the object snap and activate endpoint, and this time I would draw a line, as you see, I can perfectly draw on the end of the previously drawn line. For example, this point, hit spacebar to activate the previous command, I move my mouse close to it, and I get a green square which tells me I am on the endpoint. Now, I have this line here from this point to this point. If I would like to draw perfectly at the center of this line, we go to the status bar and activate midpoint. Now, if I would activate, for example, the polyline command, PL, enter, I move my mouse over it and I get a green triangle, as you see, which tells me it's the midpoint. And if you would measure the distance from here till here and from here till here, they would be perfectly equal. Now, what if I have a circle, C, enter, and I want to draw a line perfectly at the center of this circle? Let me activate the line command, L, enter, and it's very difficult to find the center of this circle. For example, if I want to draw another circle, you see it's not perfectly at the center of each other and it's very difficult to find the center, nearly impossible. But let me delete this, and if I go back to the snap tools and enable center and C, enter for circle, I move my mouse only over the circle and directly you see I become a virtual guide point that tells me this is the center of my circle. And I could draw as many circles as I want from the center, perfectly from the center. I would also give you my suggestions which of these ones to have activated and which ones to have deactivated. But for that, we will come to them shortly. Also, one very important which I want to tell you is, for example, nearest. If I have it disabled and I want to draw a line from this point here, which is not the midpoint, it's not the end point, but I want to draw on the line, let me activate the line command L, enter. And as you see, I either get the end point or the midpoint, no indication if I am on the line. But activating the nearest snap tool tells me you are with this green sign. It tells me that I am on the nearest point to the line and I can continue to draw. My recommendation is to have all the snap tools in AutoCAD activated, as having them does not harm. And for me, throughout my career, I had always all of them activated, as the snap tools allow us to draw precisely inside of AutoCAD. One more thing I want to explain, the perpendicular. For example, if I would draw a line, okay, I would draw a line and I want to draw a line perfectly perpendicular existing on this line one here. So PL for polyline, or I could simply type L for line, enter. I would draw from here and move my mouse on this. Currently it's nearest. No, I want to go for perpendicular. Move your mouse until AutoCAD tells you with this green shape, L shape, that we are perfectly perpendicular. Let me give you a quick sneak peek to the annotation tools. We want to measure the angle here and make sure it's perfectly 90 degrees, just to make sure. So a quick sneak peek to the annotation tools. We will go to the annotation tools. Here we have this one called linear. We will go to angular, click on it, and then click on the first line, click on the second line, and as you see, it's in 90 degrees. Spacebar to activate the previous command, which is the dim angular, dimensioning angles, and as you see, perfectly they are 90 degrees. So let me delete this ones as well. Let's get back to our tutorial. If you remember, with the polyline, we activate the arc command, but also here we have many options for arc to draw arcs in AutoCAD. For example, the 3-point arc, click, first point, second point, and third point. It allows us to draw arc with 3 points, start, mid, and end. We could also draw an arc, for example, start, end, direction, start, end, and then the direction of the arc, and so on. Now, let's move on to the rectangle command. For the rectangle command, to activate it, type REC for rectangle. Hit enter, and as you see, AutoCAD tells us to, or asks us to specify the first corner, then specify other corner. With 2 clicks, we already draw a rectangle. But what if I would like to have a rectangle with specific dimensions? For example, I would like to have a square which is 100 units by 100 units. Type REC for rectangle, hit enter, specify the first corner. While the rectangle command is still activated, okay, we will type 100, comma on your keyboard, 100, and then enter. And we get a perfect square. Now let's move back to the circle command. Here, clicking on this arrow gives us many options. For example, 2-point or 3-point. If I would choose 2-point, I would be able to draw a circle within 2 points. First point, second point, and I have a perfect circle within the rectangle. Or within the square, sorry. So the other commands we have, for example, ellipse, we have variations to draw it. For example, the center, we specify the center, the end, and then we will specify the width of it. To the hatch tool, we will come back to it later, which is one of the very cool features in AutoCAD. The one which I would like to cover is the spline fit and the spline CV. So to activate the spline command, we will type SPL for spline on our keyboard. Hit enter and see we can draw with the spline command a random, we can draw in curves. Very important for those who would like to draw organic shapes or would like to draw like are very or inspired by Zaha Hadid. You see, we can draw curves. And even after we have drawn the curve, clicking on it gives that some vertices which we could still change the shape of our curve even after we have drawn it. Remember, we mentioned it spline fit and spline CV. The difference between them, spline fit is what we just have drawn. Okay, but the spline CV, see, it's a bit less aggressive compared to the spline fit. So for now, we will leave the drawing tools and we will move to our first drawing exercise to make sure that we understood well what we have just covered. So let's recap what we have just learned. With the drawing tools inside of AutoCAD, we will try to recreate this exercise drawing. I highly recommend you either take a screenshot, follow along either now with me or later on after you have watched the tutorial. Without further ado, let's start. We will start by making sure we have ortho mode enabled. Remember, we can either hit F8 to deactivate or F8 to activate. And by the way, before I move on to draw the exercise drawing, I want to tell you, if you have any questions so far, please let me know in the comment section. And any suggestions and ideas are most welcome. So, PL for polyline, as we will only use shortcuts and we will avoid using commands in the ribbon. So, click to start to draw and we will go up by 25 units, enter. Then we will go to the right side, 25, enter. We will go down by 10 units, enter. To the left, to the right side, we will move our mouse, type 5, enter. We will go up again. And one quick tip here, instead of again typing 10, which we might have forgotten the length of this line, we will simply move our line or our mouse to this endpoint, then move out, and as you see, we get this green line, which tells us we are on the same axis. Click, and then we will move to the right side by 15 units, and then here we have a line drawn in a specific angle. So we will hit Shift plus smaller than sign on our keyboard and type 45, enter. We will go up by 10 units, enter. Then, to make sure we are perpendicular to this line here, this time we will again Shift plus smaller than sign and hit minus 45 degrees, enter. 5 units, enter. Then, we will make sure to type again Shift plus smaller than sign, then 45 degrees, and again we are locked into 45 degrees angle. We will move our mouse here to make sure we are perfectly aligned. Very good. Then we will again type Shift plus smaller than sign, 45 degrees, minus 45 degrees, enter. Again 5 units, then Shift plus smaller than sign, 45 degrees, enter. And we will move our mouse to this corner. We will move out and we get this green extension line, which is only virtually there to help us draw precisely. We will continue with the same process we have learned. 5 units, enter. Then again 45 degrees angle. Move again our mouse to this corner here, then move out to get again the green extension line. Click, and then we will move down 25. Then we will move to the right side by 60 units. Enter. Move up 10 units. Enter. Move up 5 units. Enter. And spacebar to exit the command. Then, again, spacebar to reactivate our previously command, which is the polyline. Click from here, and as you see, the snap tool tells us we are perfectly on the endpoint. We also covered the snap tools. We will type 5 units, enter. Then spacebar to exit. We want to draw an arc here, so click, and we will choose the start end angle. Start and angle. Okay, or we could also simply type minus, let's say 120. Perfect. And so the only thing remains is a simple circle at the center of the geometry. We will make sure right now, if I want to draw, let's say we activate the circle command, C, enter. If even I am moving my mouse over this shape here, I do not get any geometric note. Let me make sure if I have geometric center enabled. Yes, I do have. I do not get the geometric center because this is a shape, and here these lines are not connected. They are not joined together. So we will get a quick sneak peek for the Modify Tools panel, which we are covering after this exercise drawing. To do so, make sure you select our drawing and type on our keyboard J for join. This is not part of our current tutorial. We will cover it after this exercise drawing, which is part of the Modify Tools. I'm giving you a sneak peek to it. So G, enter for join. And right now, if we click, you see all the lines are joined together. And now if I would type C for circle, enter, move my mouse over the edge, I get the geometric center of my drawing. The radius of the circle, if you have taken a screenshot of the exercise drawing, is 4 units. I will type 4, enter. That was it for our exercise drawing. We will come back to this drawing probably later for further exercise, but right now I think got a good recap of the drawing tools. Let's move on to our next part. Let's cover the Modify Tools in AutoCAD. But before that, 2 important points which I would like to mention. First of all, so far regarding our AutoCAD course, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I would be more than happy to answer them. Secondly, I would like to remind you that we dropped a link in the description to a PDF file with the AutoCAD shortcuts, in case you want to go through them and read them. And if not, don't worry, throughout the tutorial we are mentioning the AutoCAD shortcuts. Let's start. The Modify Tools in AutoCAD allow us to make changes to existing objects or to our drawing. These tools help us to edit, adjust, or transform geometry without redrawing from scratch. We can move, copy, rotate, or scale, and many more tools are included in the Modify Tools, which make the design process faster, more accurate, and more flexible. Some of the common Modify Tools we have is, for example, the Move command, which shifts selected objects from one location to another, or the Copy command, which duplicates selected objects to another location. Also, for example, the Scale command changes the size of objects proportionally with the scale factor, and many more. So let's start. In case if I want to move one of my objects or my whole drawing, we use the Move command. As promised previously, we promised as we won't click on their icon and start to learn AutoCAD with shortcuts. So to activate the move command, we type on our keyboard M for move, enter. Then, as you see, AutoCAD asks us to select an object. I would like to move this circle here, or let's say this one. Select it, hit enter, and then specify a base point. We can randomly choose a point and then move our object to another location. Click once you are satisfied. One more time, we select the object, or this time, if we want to move our whole drawing, we select it all, type M for move, enter. Click and move around. And as previously mentioned, we could also enable the ortho mode and move only vertical or horizontal. Click again once you are satisfied with the location. So, our second command would be the copy command. If you would like to copy a part or our whole drawing, for example, I would like to copy this circle here. The shortcut for the copy command is CO for copy, hit enter. Specify base point. I would like to move to copy this circle here from the center. Find the center point with its snap tools. Let's disable the ortho mode, and now we can continuously specify where we want to copy the circle. We can create as many copies as we wish. Every time I find the location, simply click and the object gets copied. Once satisfied with the result, hit escape to exit the command. Let me copy this circle here as well, CO for copy, and copy from the center to this point. So, we could also select our whole drawing, CO for copy, and move it out. If you want temporarily to enable the ortho mode, press Shift on your keyboard to enable it. Remove your hand, and as you see, we are back to the random move. And we could continue to create as many copies as we wish. Now, what if we would like to create a perfect mirror of our drawing? Let me delete this one as well. Select the whole drawing and type MI to create a mirror. It's slightly different from copy, as we get a mirror instead of a copy from our drawing. Enter. Specify first point of mirror, for example here, and then press Shift, or the distance is too big. Again, select MI, which is the shortcut for the mirror command, hit enter. Specify a point, for example here, and I press Shift to enable the ortho mode. Click again, and now erase source object. If I hit yes, the source object gets deleted, but Ctrl Z to go back. Again, select it whole, MI for mirror, specify a point, click, move your mouse, and then click again, but this time erase source object, no. And as you see, I have created a perfect mirror of my originally drawing. Again, one more time, select all, MI for mirror, and let's create another mirror and erase source object, no. And as you see, we got somehow an interesting shape. What if you would like to actually rotate our drawing? We do that with the rotate command. To activate it, its shortcut is RO for rotate. Hit enter. Now select objects I would like to rotate my whole drawing. Once selected, hit enter again and specify base point. For example, I would like to rotate my drawing along this point. And as you see, I can rotate my object or my drawing to the desired angle. We could also press F8 and only be able to rotate in 90 degrees. We can also specify an angle. For now, let me disable the ortho mode, I would like to rotate this part of the drawing by 30 degrees. To do so, type 30, enter, and as you see, we got our drawing rotated. Let's see if we get an interesting shape. MI for mirror. One more time. This time I would like to specify, yep, from here. Oops. Select it again. MI for mirror. Choose a point. No. And as you see, we created a perfect mirror of it. Here we have two important commands, which are trim and extend. They do actually the quite opposite of each other, so their functions are opposite. Let's start with the extend command and see what it actually does. To activate it, we type on our keyboard EX for extend, hit enter, and the extend command, what it actually does, it will extend a line until it means another object. So if I move my mouse on this line here, and as you see, it creates an extension for the line. Click, and we complete the extension. Click one more time, again we get another extension. One important function with the extend command is EX for extend, hit enter to activate it, and here in the command line we get a couple of options. Let's go for boundary edge. Now we have select objects, which to define it as a boundary, for example, I would like it to be this circle here. Hit enter, and this time if we move on the line, it ignored this circle here and directly got extended to the boundary which we identified. Now, what in case if we want to trim out? For example, let's say we want this circle here to be completely free of any lines intersecting them. For that purpose, we use the opposite command of extend, which is trim. We simply, for example, select the circle here, and for the trim command, we type TR for trim, and then enter. Now, simply click on the lines which we want to trim out. And as you see, we selected this circle here and this line here, and it gets trimmed out at their intersection. Now, if I would select this line here, click on it, you see the whole line gets deleted. And that's because I did not specify any intersection. Escape. Now, select it all and type TR for trim. And by the way, we could also click, and as you see, we get somehow a line which we can go over the lines and it trims them out. Now, for our remaining commands like stretch, scale, and here we have the explode command, which also we will cover the join command, which will do also the opposite of the explode command, and the offset command. For these commands here, let's create quickly another drawing. So let's assume we type REC rectangle, enter. Let's assume we create a room which is 3 by 4 meters. We type 3, 4, enter. And so we get a rectangle which is 3 by 4 units. In other words, 3 by 4 meters. Let's get another quick sneak peek into the annotation tools and activate linear. And take a dimension from here till here. And spacebar again, and let's take a dimension from here till here. So we got a room which is 3 by 4 unit. Another quick sneak peek. This time for the properties tools, let's select our dimension and change their color in order to be able to distinguish between our drawing and our annotations. Now, this room, we want to create the walls for it. Okay, to do so, we type O for the offset command, which creates a concentric circles, parallel lines, and parallel curves. So hit offset and let's type 0.2, enter. This is a practical example, by the way. Now we move to the line and click and move inside. And as you see, every time we click and move our mouse, we get a parallel offset from the original object. And we can do so as many times as we wish. Let me do Ctrl Z, as we are only in need for our wall. And by the way, let's type SPL for spline. And O for offset. And we can even click and move our mouse to specify the offset distance. Click one more time and then continue to click. And as you see, even for curves, we can offset them as much as it's possible. For the circles, see the same offset. Let's randomly specify an offset distance and offset it. We can also type 0.2 and specify the distance and create as many offsets from the original drawing as we wish. We could also type offset, and here we have through. If we activate these options, you see along the mouse we can offset our drawing, and every time we can click on the object and specify randomly the offset distance. So let's get back to our example. Now, let's quickly draw an opening here or create a window opening here. L, enter. And after that, we will continue with the scale and the stretch command and also explode. And we will also cover the joint command. So creating a line, I want to have a window which is 180 centimeters or 1.8 meters. So offset, let's type 0.9, one time offset to the right and one time offset to the left. Let me delete this line, which I only drew as a guide. Find the midpoint, select TR for trim, and let's trim out and create our first opening for the window. Now, I would like to select my two dimension lines and change them to red and type REC for rectangle. And let's create a very, very basic window. Change the color to blue. It's sneak peek to the properties tool. Don't worry right now. We will cover it later in details. And click from this point to this point and then L, enter, and create our first basic window. So, to the stretch command, what it actually does, stretches objects crossed by a selection window or polygon. So, I would like to stretch my drawing without scaling it, change the size of it. For example, the width is 3 units and the length of it is 4 units. I would like to change it to, let's say, 5 by 8. Okay. To do so, I type S for stretch command. S is a shortcut for stretch. Hit enter. Now, in order to stretch it to the right side, we have to include the vertices from the center to the right. Click and include the vertices to the right. Then, once we have done so, enter and click any point. And as you see, we can stretch our object and make it bigger. This would actually corrupt our drawing, as it's not our intention to stretch it in this way. Let's simply hit F8 to activate ortho mode. And then I would like to change its size from 3 units to 5 units. So I would type 2, enter, in order to stretch it by 2 meters. Okay. Now, I would like to stretch the length of it to, let's say I wanted to get to 8 units. Again, S for stretch, enter. Make sure we have the end vertices 1, 2, 3, 4 of our drawings included in our window selection. Hit spacebar. Now click and move your mouse. And as you see, we can simply click and it gets stretched. Or Ctrl Z, S for stretch, enter. Click the end vertices, make sure they are included. Click, and now let's type, for example, 4, enter, and we get our room size, change it from 3 to 4 to 5 by 8. So, the stretch command is one of my absolute favorites. It allows us to work much faster. I have a whole tutorial about it. So make sure you got it very well. If that's not enough, you can find the tutorial in my YouTube channel. I absolutely love it, and it's one of my favorite commands in AutoCAD. Now let's move on and see or explore the scale command. So, the scale command, as you see, enlarges or reduces selected objects, keeping the proportions of the objects the same after scaling. So let's simply activate it and see what the scale command does. So we select our drawing, hit enter, specify any point, and as you see, for my base point, if I move closer to it, my drawing gets smaller. If I move out of it, my drawing gets bigger. Now, let me do Ctrl Z. And let's say we want to make this room twice as big as it is. So let's select our whole drawing. And for this example now, we will specify what's called a scale factor. SC for scale, enter. Specify a base point. And now I would like my drawing to be twice as big as it is currently. The original dimensions were 5 by 8. If I type 2, enter, you see it gets to 10 by 16, as we specified a scale factor of 2 to make our drawing twice as big as it was. One more very important thing. So let me show you something very quickly. Right now you see we have two examples, okay? And this is quite, it annoys me, and it interferes with my current example. So I would select all of it and type H, and you will see the hide objects command. Click on it and we get this part of it gets hidden. To unhide it, simply type UNH and we get unhide or unisolate objects, and we get our drawing back. So for right now, I would like to hide it. Perfect. Now, one very important thing, in case you get a file from outside of your office, from one of your colleagues, or probably from another student, and you don't know in what scale it's drawn. Currently, we are using, I'm not talking about the system units. The drawing currently is in meters. As you see, we know this is a room, and 10 by 16, it only makes sense to be in meters. Like, we don't have a room which is 10 centimeters by 16 centimeters. So we guess that it's, or we can assume that confidently it's 10 by 16 units, meters. Okay. So if we want to change it to centimeters, and again, I'm not talking about the system unit. We will come to the system units later on. So how to change it from meter to centimeter? So select the object, SC for scale, hit enter, and now if we specify a base point, we know each meter is 100 centimeters, right? So we will type 100, enter. And this time we will get exactly 1,600 units, which represents 1,600 centimeters, or in other words, 16 meters. Let's make sure we got it right. Perfect. 1000 units for exactly 10 meters. Let's go back and let me give you one more very, very important trick. Okay, let me hide this again. Okay, let's assume SCA or SC for scale, and let me randomly corrupt the scale. So in case you get a corrupt scale, or sometimes this happens, especially when you import a PDF and you change it from PDF to DWG, and it changes to DWG in the random scale. So how do we scale it to be workable? Okay, so for that purpose, we have to know at least one dimension of the whole drawing. So right now, I don't know this dimension, and I don't know this dimension as well. But I know for sure that always walls are 20 centimeter or 0.2 meter. So right now it tells me it's 0.544. So, but I know for sure that the distance from here to here is 0.2 units. This will help us to correct the scale. So, to get back our room to the original size or to the correct size or scale, we select our drawing and type SC for scale. Hit enter. Now, specify base point here. And while the scale command is activated, either here in the command line we click reference or we type R, enter. And then specify reference length. I would like to choose from this point to specify the wall and type 0.2, enter. And as you see, we get our room back to its original size, which was 5 by 8. And that's what in AutoCAD we call reference scale. So, one more command I would like to cover is the fillet command. As you see here, we have very sharp edges. I think no need for the dimensions. Let me erase them. As you see here, we have very sharp corners. Okay, or before that, let's explore what is the explode and the join command. As you see currently, this is a polyline, right? All of the lines are joined together. Instead, to get them to separate lines, we will use the explode command. Its shortcut is its shortcut is simply X for explode. Okay, so we will select our drawing, type X for explode, enter. And now if we click on the lines, you see there are no more one continuous line or one object, and it consists of separate lines. This one here, select, let me do it one more time, X for explode, enter, and as you see, we get back it to separate lines. And that's very important if you draw with the polyline, for example. Okay, if we click on it, you see it's one object consisting of many lines. If you type X, enter, it gets exploded. Now, the opposite of the explode command, if we'd like, instead of that, to have lines joined together for any purpose, simply click or select the lines you would like to join together, type G for join, enter. And this time you see with one click, the whole line gets selected and we converted it back to a polyline. And by the way, the lines have to be mirrored at the same point, like in order to be joined together. So for example, if I have here one line and here another line, and if I select both and type G for join, enter, you see they are still separated because they are not intersecting or they don't have a common point together. But if I would select this line and move it to here, and this time I select them and type G for join, enter, you see they become one polyline. Do we have something important left? Let's see. Yep, the array tool and the fillet tool. Yeah, the fillet, we did not cover that. So you see here we have a very sharp corner, okay? we would like to round it somehow to make it more interesting. For that purpose, we type F for fillet, enter. And now if I select the first line and select the second line, nothing happens because we need to specify a fillet radius. So again, F for fillet, enter, right click and go to radius. And let's type 1, enter, select this line and select this line, and our fillet is invalid because our fillet radius is too big. So again, F for fillet, right click, let's go to radius and type 0.1. And this time let's clear the first line and the second line. And as you see, we get a very smooth transition and we get an arc instead of the very sharp edge. Let's reactivate the previous command by hitting spacebar, select our first line and then our second line. And as you see, we get a very smooth transition. And we can do that for the other edges as well, and chamfer or fillet our edges. Chamfer is, we also have chamfer, which is quite different. Let me select this line and this line. Or sorry. Yeah, okay. Instead of that, let's move on to the array tool. To be honest, I never use chamfer or blend curve. Were never necessary. Let's continue with our tutorial. Let me delete what we have drawn. Select E for erase, enter. And UNHI for unhide. And we get our original drawing back. So, if I would like to array this drawing here, okay, all of it along a path curve or along a circle, or we will use the array tool. The array tool, we have, if you click on this arrow, we have 3 options: rectangular array, path array, and polar array. Each one of them unique, and I will show you what each one of them does. So let's start, for example, by drawing a simple circle, C for circle, and let's create a circle. And then let's create a simple rectangle, REC for rectangle. And let's assume this is a dining table and this is its chair, okay? We want this object to be arrayed around our circle here. We would type A, RR, A, Y, and we get array, array polar, array path, or array rectangle. I would like to choose array polar, and it evenly distributes objects copies in a circular pattern. Okay, so click to activate it, and now select object. So which object we want to create many copies of, we have to select first. Let me select my chair. Okay, this is a very basic drawing, basic representation of a table with the chair, but just to understand our example. Then we hit enter. Specify center point of array. The center point of array, we choose our circle center, click, and as you see, we get many examples or many copies around our circle. Copy it or array it around the center of our dining table. So we could even select it, and always we get this menu here. We can further modify it. For example, my items, I have 6 chairs. What if I would like to have 12 chairs? Type 12, enter. And as you see, we get 12 chairs. Select it, and or this time, let's ignore the items number and choose, for example, the distance between them. I would like to choose, for example, 20. And as you see, the number of objects still remain at 12, but they get a closer distance. If I would choose fillet value, I could type 180, and as you see, it fills only half of the circle. It's too many copies. As you see, they intersect each other. Let me change it to 6. And let's change 8. And let's choose fillet or distance between them to be 40. and the fillet radius to be 160. There are also many more options. You can play around with them. For right now, we will leave it as it is. And as you see, whenever we select it, it brings us back to this menu here. And what if we wanted to be, again, to be normal rectangles and exit the array mode? We simply hit X for explode, enter, and as you see, we get back our rectangles. That's what we call array polar. Now, let me type SPL for spline, okay? And let's draw a simple spline. Yep. And what in case if we would like to, okay, I don't like the spline, SPL, enter. And let me, yep, create something more interesting. Yeah, I will leave it as it is now. And right now, I would like to have my dining table. Okay, again, very bad representation of a dining table. I would like it to have it arrayed along this path here. Okay. For that purpose, we will use the array path. So again, we type AR, RAY. We get a couple of options. We will use this time, instead of array polar, we will use array path. Now, let's select the objects. And as you see, I selected from left to right and get the blue selection window instead of the green selection window, as I don't want my spline to be selected, included in the selection. We only select the objects which we want to have arrayed. Okay, enter. Now select path curve. And as you see, our dining tables get arrayed along our path curve here. Very nice command, right? So let's change the distance between them. For example, we could, let's say from 7.2, let's go to 6. And as you see, the dining tables get closer to each other and the number of the items change it. If you type 5, we will get this time 8 because we defined a closer distance for the between the dining tables. I think they are too close. We will leave it as 6. Yeah, perfect. So now we have covered array polar and array path. So let me delete this spline. And we have one more array left, which is the array rectangular. What's the array rectangular? Let's create here a simple shape. Okay, a simple triangle. Let me join it together and select it and type array. And this time we will choose array rectangle. And as you see, it gets arrayed along X and Y axis. We can even further adjust it by editing, for example, number of columns. I would like to have 7 columns. I would like to have the rows, 8 rows. Okay. Let me quickly select these and move them to another location. Select it back and we get always the menu of the array back. And if we want to exit it, as mentioned previously, we can simply hit explode. We can simply play with the between distance for the columns and let's type it 2. And as you see, they get much closer to each other, as so much that they even intersect. And the between, let's type 4. And this is actually what the array rectangular command does. It creates a number of copies along the X and Y axis. So that was right now for the modify tools. And don't worry, later on where we are drawing our whole project, a whole floor plan with section, elevation, and an isometric view, there we will for sure come back to all the modify tools and even the drawing tools. And there you will get even a better understanding of what we have just explained. So let's move on to our next part of our AutoCAD course. Let's continue our AutoCAD course with our second drawing exercise. We will modify this drawing here, which we previously drew in our first drawing exercise, with the modify tools we have just learned. So this drawing exercise will serve as a recap for the modify tools to make sure we understood them well. This will be our end result, or we can say the reference. I highly recommend you either take a screenshot, follow along with me, or later on after you have watched our course. Without further ado, let's start. So, as you have seen in our reference, we got this corner and this corner here, both of them somehow angled with a distance of 20 units from the center of this circle. So let's type L for line and draw a line from here to this corner, and spacebar to reactivate the previous command, which was line, and draw a line again from the center to this corner here. Then we will draw another line, this time perpendicular, and we know that until when you find this green extension line over the line, and as you see it's written perpendicular, we know our line is perpendicular. Now, to specify the distance, we will use a command, have a quick guess, the offset command, and its shortcut was exactly O for offset, enter, 20, enter, and create an offset from here to here, and one from this center to this end here. Now, we will type S for stretch, enter, make sure we have the end vertices of this part included in our selection, choose the base point, and move it to the line we just created. Then we will delete this line and this line here as well, because they were there only as guidelines, as reference for us. Then S, and again, this end vertices, stretch command, choose the point and find the intersection, which is this point here. We will delete this line and this line as well. This one also, as they were only to help us create the dimensions. To make sure we got it right, let's take a quick dimension. And as you see, it's 20. And from this center here as well, 20 units. Perfect. Okay. Now, we need to create the boundary of our outline. We will use again O for offset, choose or specify a distance which will be 0.5, enter. Move your mouse to the inside, and as you see, we have created our second line for the boundary. Now, C for circle, probably you remember here we had a circle. We move our mouse over this arc and it directly specifies its center point. Click and the radius of it is 3. Good. To connect these two lines, we will use the fillet command. F for fillet. And now, if I would select my first circle and the second circle, you see nothing happened because we need to specify a radius. Again, the fillet command, and we will choose the radius of 45 degrees. Enter. Click the lower part of our circle and the lower part of our second circle. Then spacebar again, the upper part of this circle and the upper part of the other circle, and as you see, we get them connected with the fillet command. Now, offset again, it's already set to 0.5, spacebar again, and we will offset it to the inside. Good. We have here this line, these two lines will get connected to the circle, as in our example. Have a quick guess which command we are going to use to extend this line till here. Yeah, as the name suggests, extend command. Its shortcut is EX, enter. And now if I move my mouse over them, you see nothing happens. It restricts me from extending these two lines, and that's because if I select on them, you see they are joined together, or it's a polyline, a closed shape. We need to get them back to separate lines. For that purpose, we will use, have a quick guess again, If you guessed it to be explode, you are right. Its shortcut was X for explode, enter, and we get them back to separate lines. This time EX again for extend. Let's have again a try. And it works perfectly fine. For this line as well, extend it till it meets the circle. And as you see, we have a lot of intersections and we need them to clean them out. The erase command won't work because if I select it and type E, erase, you see it deletes the complete line. Instead of that, we have to use the trim command. So we select our whole drawing, type TR for trim, enter, and let's trim out the intersections or the unnecessary parts. Perfect. Let's continue to do so until we have cleaned our drawing. So here we have somehow an angle, a rounded corner in our reference example for this shape here as well. We will continue to do so with the fillet command, F for fillet. Let's firstly fillet this edge here. Perfect. And then for this one, and by the way, the radius was 45 as in our reference example. Let's double check. You see our radius is already set to 45 degrees. So to fillet these edges, these corners here, the fillet command will do something strange. F, fillet, select the first, select the second line, and you see we get some strange result because we specified a very high radius. So we need to do F for fillet, radius, and let's specify an angle of 0.2. And click the first line, the second line, much better. First line, second line, perfect. Again, spacebar to reactivate the previous command as it's fillet, and we continue to do so until we have our shape filleted. We also have a fillet here and one here, exactly. Small fillet, very small, get. That was it for our second drawing exercise. I hope it helped a lot. I recommend you follow along with me. And that brings us to the end of our second drawing exercise. Let's move on to our third part of our AutoCAD course, where we are going to cover the annotation tools in AutoCAD. Let's continue our AutoCAD course by exploring the annotation tools that are used to add notes, measurements, or even labels to our drawing, which consists of its main parts are text, where we have two different types of text, like single line text and multi-line text. We will cover each one of them, their uses and their differences. We can also add different type of measurements in AutoCAD, like linear measurement, measure the angle or the arc length, or how to find the radius or diameter of a circle. All this we can find them in the annotation tools with different variations of dimension or measurements. We also have here the ladder command, which allows us to create an arrow pointing to an object with a text label, useful for nodes and tags. So let's start and see what each one of them does. Remember, we said we have two different types of text. We will start with the single line text, and as promised before, we won't click on their icons to activate them. Instead, we will simply type text and then enter, and by default, it activates the single line text. Already AutoCAD asks us to specify start point. Click, then specify the height. For example, let me type 2, enter. Then specify rotation angle. Do I like to have my text vertical, horizontal, or even diagonal? I want it to be perfectly horizontal, so 0, enter. And let me zoom in. And let's type, for example, AutoCAD course, enter, annotation tools, and one more row, exercise, drawing. Once you are finished by typing, click anywhere empty and hit enter. So, something very important here, even though we wrote all of this with the single line text and all together at once, if we click on them, you see they became separate entities. For example, if I click on it, I want to move it, I can do so. Or if I want to change the color of them, I have to change the color of each one of them separately. This is much more different from the multi-line text. Let's see how they differ from each other. And one more point, if I click on the text written with the single line text, I don't get here many options to edit. No more category opens or menu, sorry. But if I type M text, which is the shortcut for the multi-line text, okay? Now, what I have to do, as you see, specify first point of corner. Click and move your mouse, and we will create somehow a paragraph box. So, specify opposite corner. I want to click here. One thing important before we continue, vertical is not important, but horizontal somehow makes a difference. How much we go for the width of our text box. But even that does not matter, as we can adjust it. So I want it to be, let's say, this big. And let me type again, AutoCAD course, enter, Annotation Tools, enter, exercise, drawing. Okay. Now, we have created a box and we can write somehow like a paragraph inside it. You see the width of it or the horizontal dimension of it is not enough, as whenever I typed course, it created another row. So I can simply still adjust it by clicking here and keep clicking, move it to the right size, and as you see, I get the same result. Vertical does not matter because each time I want to create another row, I simply hit enter. So if now I would click outside and select it and want to move it, you see it became one entity. And if I want to change its color, the color of it changes all at once. Okay. Something very important, double click on it. And as you see, while the text is selected, I can change here. I get many options to change and modify my text. For example, let me change its color to white. Here I can, for example, change its height of the text or the style of it. For now, let's change the height of it to 5, enter. And as you see, our text got much bigger. Let's choose, for example, 3, enter, and our text got smaller. We can still continue to modify our paragraph box or our text box. We can even add some things like, for example, let us select it. We can make bold. We can change it, for example, this part here to italic. Okay. And even here in the paragraph, we can adjust its justification. For example, let's use center. Select all and use center. And as you see, they get aligned to the center of each other. All these options we did not have with the single line text. Once you are satisfied with the result, click on this tick here, close text editor. Okay. Even after we have written our text, we can still double click on it and it takes us back to this menu here. And by the way, we could also select our text and even change its font to, let's say, Bandschrift. How do we actually modify the single line text? And before we move that, remember, with the multi-line text, we have more options to modify our text style. For the single line text, if I want to modify it, I simply click on it. And this is very important as we will use it a lot. for even other purposes, type PR on your keyboard for properties, hit enter, and the properties tool panel opens. Here we can change, for example, its color. Okay. We can also, for example, go all the way down and find height. So right now, if you remember, we typed these three texts here with the height of 2. Okay. If you forgot what the height of this text was, and for example, you need to another text line, simply you can click on the text and find the previous text height or the height you use it for these texts here in the properties panel. Okay. You can even change the rotation, for example, 45, enter. And as you see, it rotated our text. Okay. So here, these type of modifications we can do. For right now, I would like to select all three and change text height to, let's say, 3, enter. And as you see, it gets bigger as well. M, enter to move it a bit to the side. And this is right now for the single line text and the multi-line text. Remember, with the single line text, we are creating single entities and have a bit fewer options to modify it. With the multi-line text, we get one paragraph box and we get more options to modify our text. So for now, let me delete this M and somehow move it to a more desirable location and continue and start to explore the dimensions in AutoCAD. Let's get quickly to the annotation tab. And here, as previously mentioned, we have many types of measurements. Let's start with the linear one. And let's take our first linear dimension. As promised before, we won't click on the icons, but instead we will use their shortcuts. For the dim linear command, to take a linear dimension, we type on our keyboard DIM for dim L, dim linear. Hit enter and we get our first dimension activated. We have to choose 2 points. So let's choose from this point to this point. We want to take a measurement and then move out. And as you see, this distance from this point to this point is 15 units. Right now, our dimensions look a bit too small and not quite readable. We will continue to have this problem. Even later on, if you would export our drawing here to a PDF, and we have even more problems with it, but we will get to it just in a bit and solve how our dimension looks, its size, the color of it, and even these arrows here, and the length of these extension lines, and many more. We will solve all that in the Dimension Style Manager. We will get to it. Just allow me to explain the linear and the aligned dimension type in AutoCAD. So we took our first dimension from this point to this point. Now, to understand the difference between linear and aligned dimension, let me take another dimension with the dim linear, dim L. And this time I would like to choose from this point to this point and then move out. So we took 2 measurements with the dim linear. For the dim aligned command, we will use the shortcut dim A for dim aligned. Hit enter. And this time let's take a measurement from this point to this point and see what their difference is. So as you see, even though here we specify the same points, the dim linear took a linear dimension, while the dim aligned took the dimension aligned to our line, aligned to the 2 points angle. That's their difference. Okay, and so we learned also how to take dimensions. We need to specify 2 points. We have dim linear, dim aligned for these type of measurements for straight lines. Okay. So, measure distance. Before we move on to the Dimension Style Manager, as just we mentioned it, if we move out, nor can we see the arrowheads, nor can we read our dimension text. And we will continue to have this problem even later on exported to PDF. We will solve it. One more thing before that, we move on to the Dimension Style Manager. Let me take a dimension and type dim A for dim align it. And I will choose a point from here till here and then move out to specify my dimension line. So, and as you see, it's 5 units. Okay, let me zoom out. And if I would take another dimension, okay, or I have again to hit spacebar and specify 2 points and again move out. And again click between 2 points and move out. So this is very time consuming. Here comes one of my absolute favorite commands. One of the game changers that allows us to save time and speed up our workflow a lot. Okay, so first of all, we take a dimension. For example, we type dim L for dim linear. We take a dimension from this point to this point and we move out. Okay, 5 units. After we have taken our first dimension, we simply type on our keyboard and stay focused. Okay, very important command, DCO, and it gives us the command dim continue. Okay, hit enter, and now see, all I have to do is click from point to point, and automatically AutoCAD creates a straight dimension line, align it to each other, where only I have to click from point to point, and it gives me very quick dimensions. Okay, so let's see what I don't like. Right now we have created our first dimension line with 1 dimension, then we type DCO and we can continue to take them. Let's see what we don't like here and what we have wrong, what we need to solve. Yeah, the text is too small, the arrows are too small, and I don't like their color. The color of my dimensions are somehow interfering with my drawing. It's difficult to distinguish if this line here is either part of the drawing or part of the dimension line. So we also need to change the color of the dimension line. One other point is, look, these dimensions here, we took them from these 2 points, and the extension lines from the dimension start from the point we clicked all the way to our dimension line. I want these lines here, okay, to have the same length. And that's what takes us to the Dimension Style Manager. To reach the Dimension Style Manager, type DIMS for Dimension Style. Hit enter and it opens the Dimension Style Manager. Here we can specify the way how our dimensions look, their size, their style, their color, and many more cool options. So currently we have 2 types of style, annotative or standard. I want to create a new one for the purpose of this tutorial. Hit new and then give it a name, for example, new dim. Okay. Start with, we have 2 types, standard and annotative. We would like to choose one to have the base settings exported for our new dimension style. Okay. So we'll use standard, as we will start with the base settings of the standard mode to create our new dimension style. Hit continue, and then here we get the new dimension style. Okay, here we get a quick preview of what we have just assigned it, okay, or change it for our dimensions. It will modify here. It will give us a quick preview. Dimension lines, for example, if I would change it to red, you see the dimension lines color with the arrow changes to red. Good. Then we'll continue and set line type and line weight to by layer. Okay. And we will keep it by layer. And for now, trust me on this one, because we want to have the dimension line type and line weight being decided with the layers and not here. Okay. And some of you might ask, what's line type and line weight? We will also cover it and come back to it in the properties tool, which is very important. And there we go into details into the different line types and into the different line weights. So for now, we keep it by layer. Now, extend beyond text, which decides how much the dimension lines get extended beyond the tick. Okay. And right now it's grayed out because we need to go to symbol and arrows and change the arrowheads type. And anyways, I did not like these arrows. I never use them. I prefer either architecture tick or oblique. I want to use architecture tick. And as you see already, the way our arrowheads looked, change it to architecture tick, to this shape here. Leather, I would also like to use architecture tick. Let's go back to Linus and let's see what else we have to adjust. So for the extend beyond tick, let's choose 0.2. And as you see, here we got a change. This is our tick, and our dimension line get a little bit more extended beyond it. So let us to see the difference. Let me type 0.6, for example. And as you see, we have decided it to be longer beyond the tick, the extension. That's a too big amount. We will stay with 0.2 or maybe even smaller. I think 0.1 would be enough. Great. Baseline spacing, we will ignore it. Here, one more extension lines. We can even give the extension lines a color. Okay, and I would like to keep it also red to distinguish it from our white drawing here, which we use it to draw it in the white color. These ones, we can ignore them. Extend beyond beam lines, not important. Offset from origin, we will leave it. Fix it. These options, we will leave it for now, okay? This one is very important. Remember, I mentioned that I want these extension lines to have the same length. And as you see, this one is very long. These ones here are very short, okay? I want them all to be aligned together on the same line. So we will enable here, fix it, length extension line, and we will keep it as, yeah, I think 1 unit is quite good. Okay, we will keep it as 1. Then let's move on to symbol and arrows. Here, the arrow size, like it's too small. We cannot even notice the arrows. We change its size to, let's say, for now, we will keep it to 0.5. Don't worry about this. It got here a bit crazy, but later in the real world, in here, in our drawing era, the representation would be much better. And even if you did a mistake, if in case it's this big, we can come back to it and still adjust it. Don't worry about that. And let's see here if you have nothing. Okay, the text style. Here we have a couple of options to choose. For example, we can click on these 3 dots and change the font type of our dimensions. Let's show, for example, band shrift. And here, by the way, we have a quick preview of the font we have chosen. Hit apply, set current, and then close. Back to our new dimension style. Text color, I would also like to be red. Okay, very good. Text height, our text is not readable right now. Let's choose it to be 0.3 or 0.6. Okay. And text alignment, I also want my text to be aligned with the dimension line and not always having them horizontal. One more important option here in fit, like if you get a very short distance and there's not enough room to place both the arrowheads or the architecture tick and the text between the dimension line, one of them has to move out in order that they are not overlapping each other and it's easy to read them. So I always prefer my text to move out. And by the way, I have a whole tutorial about the Dimension Style Manager. You can watch that as well. Even though if you are follow along right now with me, you don't need to. I think I am covering almost the same. Nothing different. I don't think so. Then in primary units, you see here we have a lot of numbers after the comma. I find them quite unnecessary. I need two in the precision, I need only 2 numbers. Okay. And now I hit OK, set current, and close. And let us delete these dimensions and see what our new dimension style does. Dim L for dim linear. We will choose a point. And as you see, already our dimension style changed. We can read it now more easily from a further distance. The architecture ticks are readable. The dimension itself is readable. So DCO after I have taken my first dimension with dim linear, simply type DCO. It gives us the dim continue command. And as mentioned, it's one of my favorite commands in AutoCAD, an absolute time saver and effort saver, to be honest. So you see our dimension line looks much better right now. All the extension lines are aligned to each other. We have enough units. You remember previously we had 5.0000, which was too much for me. Okay, so let's continue with the other type of dimensions. For example, let's start with dim angular. Okay, click on it, and then what it does, we need to measure the angle of this part here. We choose, okay, sorry, we activate in the command line. Let's activate it with the shortcut dim I, and it gives that dim ALI is dim aligned, dim ANG is dim angular. So dim ANG for dim angular, enter. Now we select the first line, then the second line, and it tells us that this part here is in 145 degrees. So if we measure this angle here, it should be 90. Perfect. Okay. For example, this angle here, first line, second line, 130. Very good. This line to this line here, 81. Also very good. And that's how you measure angles. Okay. Let's take one quickly here. Very good. Now, we measured angles, and now we have here an arc, and probably would like to measure its length. Okay, you type dim ARC for dim arc. Okay, now it measures the length of the arc. And how do we know that this measurement is, for example, here we have this small circle which represents angles or degree. Here we do not have anything, so we know it's normal dimension. And here we get for dim arc, we know that the length of this arc is 10.7, and we know it by this symbol here. Okay. Do you have any other arc? No. Let's get and see what else. Radius and diameter. Okay. So let's type. Here we have an arc, and let's find out the radius of this arc here. We will type DIMR for dim rad. Dim rad is the dim radius, or take the dimension of finding out the radius. Let's go for this circle here. And as you see, the radius is 2.5. And what is its diameter? So we know diameter is doubled as radius. It needs to be 5, but just let's double check. Dim D for dim diameter. Dim D for dim diameter. And perfect. You see, our radius is 2.5 and our diameter is 5. For example, for this circle, we have a diameter of 7 units. Okay. One more thing, I somehow feel that our dimensions are still too small. Let me go to dim style and go to modify, and I would like to make my symbols and arrows a bit bigger. I want to go for 0.7, and for text height I want to go for 0.8. Very good. And yes, this time let me hit OK, set current, close, and yeah, it looks much better now. They got somehow bigger. Very good for now. And let's continue and see what else we have in the annotation tools here. We covered, I think we are done with dimension, dim linear, dim aligned. Linear dimension, this one takes the dimension aligned to the line or to the distance. How to know angles, arc length, radius, diameter. Yeah, very good. So the ladder command, it's a very cool feature in AutoCAD. So let me activate it and see what it does. Click and move out. Okay. And let's type, for example, metal. Okay. Enter. or move out. Good. If we zoom in, you see it's an arrow with this tag here that allows us to add tags and notes. We have the same problem with it as we had with our dimensions. It's too small. We can solve that simply by going to text style, dimension style, multi-letter style, okay, modify, and arrowhead size we can choose 0.7, and straight color, let's change it to red. Type straight, very good. Line type, we will keep it by layer. Yeah, I think closed fillet arrowhead is good. Letter break size, let's change that one to 0.4. Letter structure, the landing, I need it to be a bit longer, okay, which is this line here, okay, this small line here. We call it the landing. And text options, I think I am fine with the text style. Text height is too small. Let's change it to 0.7. Okay. And hit OK, set current and close. And as you see, much better. Now the arrowhead is more visible and our text is readable. The only thing I would like to change is go back to, here. Let's go here to the annotation. And this one is the multi-letter style. So we covered the dimension style. Now we are covering the multi-letter style, which decides the style and appearance for our letters. Okay. Modify. I would like my text to be also red. It's white. I would like it also, or let's change the color of our letters to cyan. And my text height, I would like it to be a bit bigger. 0.9 is good. And let's see what else we had like to change. Yeah, I found also my arrowhead to be still a bit too small, so I will choose it to be 1. Okay. Hit OK, set current and close. Much better. Much better. Okay. So as you see, with the letter, we can add tags and notes to our drawing. So for example, I specified that this material here is metal, or I could take another letter one, go from here and give it another note, and this time call it, for example, cut out. Okay, so to indicate that here we have a hole. And what else? Let's take another one and add another note, for example, from this part here, and specify here, okay, and type, for example, depth, equal to 0.5 millimeters. Okay. So just to give you an idea on how to take dimensions and letters, much more to it later on, where we go into details and draw a whole project from scratch. Let's see in the annotation tab what we have left. It's table. So I will very quickly show you. By clicking on the table, it gives us here a couple of options on how to create a table. For example, column and row settings. Let's type, I need 7 columns. How many rows? Let's specify, for example, 2 data rows. Row height, let's specify it to be 1.5. Okay, column width is fine. Simply here you can, as we have it in, I think in Microsoft Excel. Okay, it's very similar to that. It gives us somehow the option to... Why it's not doing it? What's wrong? Okay, so let me try again. 5 data rows 2, row height 2, hit OK. And yeah. So this is actually the table that we get here with this option here in the annotation table. We can create a quick table, something like Microsoft Excel, in case you need it. Okay, I have never used it. That's why I'm not going into details with it. I don't find it quite useful here in AutoCAD. I don't know. Probably you might find it useful, and this is where you can find a table in case you need one. So let's move on to our next part of the tutorial and start to explore the layers inside of AutoCAD. In this part of our AutoCAD course, we will start to explore layers, which for me personally is what separates a beginner AutoCAD user from a professional AutoCAD user whenever I receive a file from someone else. AutoCAD layers allow us to organize and manage different elements from our drawing like walls, furniture, and dimensions on different layers for clarity and control. For example, if we would put all our dimensions on a single layer, we could turn them on, off, or even free them to show or hide a specific part of the drawing without deleting anything. That would also allow us, while plotting, to decide which part of our design should be plotted and which one should be left out. That leads us to improved performance. Especially working with complex drawings, it's easier when you isolate and work with specific layers. For example, if I would like to edit my drawing here and somehow the dimensions are interfering with it or are on the way of it, I could simply hide them and continue to work on my design and later on simply turn them back on. With layers, we would be also allowed to very easily assign properties like color, line type, and line weight by layer. So all objects on that layer share the same style. After we are finished with the layers, in this part we will also cover properties, and we will have a quick view for the blocks and the groups, which won't take time. Without further ado, let's start. In this part of our AutoCAD course, we will start to explore layers, which for me personally, whenever I receive a file, an AutoCAD drawing or a design, and I see someone has worked with layers, it's what for me personally separates a beginner AutoCAD user from a professional AutoCAD user. As layers allow us to organize and manage different parts of our design, like walls, furniture, or dimensions on a specific layer for clarity and control. We would have control over their visibility. For example, if I would put all my dimensions in my drawing on a single layer, I could turn them on and off at any time during my design, especially when I have to go back to the design and do somehow modifications to it, and I feel like the dimensions are on the way or interfering with the process. I could simply hide them or freeze them and bring them back at any time. This leads us to improved working performance and is especially true with complex drawings. And if we have a part of our design, for example, again, our dimensions, if I put them on the same layer, I will make sure if they are on the specific layer that they all share the same properties like color, line, weight, and line type. After we are done with the layers, we will also cover properties, which is a very cool part, and we will have a quick view to the groups and blocks in AutoCAD. Without further ado, let's start. So, the first thing I want to do is to click here on the layer properties. And as you see, the layer properties manager pops up, and right now it's floating around. I would simply click and drag it to the left side. And now it's attached to the AutoCAD interface. And let me close it. In case if you would like to open it with the shortcut, simply type LA for layer, hit enter, and the layer properties manager pops up. By default, AutoCAD creates two layers, layer 0 and depth points. And anything so far we have drawn is on layer 0. And I know that by clicking on them, you see it tells us is on layer 0. And if I click on this circle, again, it's on layer 0. If it would be on another layer, for example, my dimensions, if I create a dimension layer and call it, for example, dim layer, here it will be written its layer name. So, To create a new layer, let's start by creating a new layer. We simply click here on this icon, or to delete one, select and hit this icon here. The shortcut to create a new layer is Alt plus N, and we create a new layer. And I want to name this layer here, outline, okay, and double click to activate it. Whenever you have this green tick behind any of these layers, we will know that we currently are drawing in that layer, or that layer is active. So the outer layer is activated. And by the way, here we have, you see, it already has this red circle, which tells us it won't be plotted. Double click to make sure that our outer line will be plotted. We want it to be plotted. Let's start with simply selecting our outer line, okay, and go to the layers and click on this icon here, change to current layer. And right now, for example, if I would click on my dimension, it tells me it's on layer 0. If I would click on this outer line, it tells me is on the outer line layer. Let's assign its properties. I would like it to be red. Hit OK, and as you see directly, my outer line color changed to red. Then the line type, I would like it to stay as continuous. And let me further expand it. For my outer line, I would like to adjust its line weight. Click here and choose 0.3, hit OK. And you see nothing changes about the line weight of our outer line. And that's because we have to enable here the show on hide line weight. Click on it, and as you see, our outer line gets much thicker compared to our other parts of our drawing. Let me create a new layer and call it cut. Double click to activate it. Change its color to, let's say, cyan. And as you see, we have here a tag, and we mentioned previously that this will be cut out in our design whenever we have, for example, laser cutting or any other, if it's handmade, this design, if it's handmade, that this circle here will be cut out. Okay, let me quickly copy it to the other part here and here as well. These are nodes. Okay, so I would select them. It's not joined together. I would select these parts. Okay, and while the cut layer is active, I would go to layer and click on this icon here, and it changes to current. I gave it the cyan color. For the line weight, I want to go back to default. And I would like to, for the parts that are cut out in the design, to have a different line type. For that purpose, we go here in line type, double click on continuous. And right now we don't have many options to choose from. So we go to load. And here we have many different line types that we can choose from. So I would like to go for this one, ISO-space, hit OK, make sure you select it, then OK. And our line should be on ISO-space. We currently don't see it because we need to select it. Okay, and then go for PR properties. And here on line type scale, let's change the scale to 0.1. And as you see, right now, we get the line type visible. The ISO dash gets visible. Previously, we could not see it because the scale of it was too big. Okay, sometimes this happens. So here in line type scale, we'll choose a smaller scale, 0.5. And by the way, I have to select it. And one great tip here, select one object and type SE, select similar. And you see, we had to this one, what was similar to it was this circle here. This part, spacebar, again, activate select similar, and it makes sure that everything that's similar in the drawing will get selected. Line type scale, we will choose 0.4, too big, 0.05, much better. much better. But I don't like it, to be honest, as the line type. I would change it, go back to load, and use simply ISO dash, and let's see how that one works. ISO dash, click on it, okay. Yeah, much better. For example, we had the outline drawing now previously and assigned it to this layer here. I could turn it off at any time during my design process or turn it back on. I could simply also click on this here while it stays visible, but it gets locked, and even I can select it if I want to move it. Enter for move. You see, nothing happens and I cannot select it, and always I get this lock sign because I will keep its visibility, but it will get locked. Okay, to unlock it, click on this lock here again. So we have so far covered line type, choosing the ISO dash, and line weight. Here we can add transparency. We will come back to it, but let me continue to create my dimensions. Alt plus N for a new layer and call it dim. This layer will be the one which we will put all our dimensions to. Let it change it to another color. Hit OK. And let's select our dimensions. Okay. So one tip again, to make it further clear for you, I have changed it one dimension, which is the radius dimensions. Type SE and find select similar. And as you see, all the radius dimensions got selected. These are dim aligned. I would select one of them and type SE, select similar, and all my dim aligned get selected. The ones which are left out are the diameter dimension, angle, and arc length. Select them, all three. One more time, spacebar, which again activates the previous command, which is select similar, and we got all our dimensions selected. Now we will make sure dim layer is active, and then we will go to the layers and hit this icon, change to current layer. And now if I would click on any of my dimensions, you see it's, even though it's on the dim layer, but it did not adapt its color. And that's because we previously assigned the color in the dimension style manager. Let's solve this issue and go to DIMS for dim style. And previously we created our new dim style for this working drawing. We will hit modify, and here on lines, dimension lines, we will set the color to by layer. And also for the extension length, we want them to be decided by layer. So whatever layer color we decide in the layer, the dimensions will adapt. For text also, we will choose by layer, hit OK, set current, and close. And as you see, they adapted the color of our layer. And by the way, I don't like my dimensions line to get line weight. So simply I will double click and choose default, hit OK. Much better. So let me activate layer 0 and turn off these parts of our drawing. So let's see what remains to create a layer for our nodes. Okay. So simply another time, Alt plus N, and we will name it as nodes. Good. We will keep its color at cyan. Yeah, I think cyan is fine. And select our nodes. SE for select similar. All our nodes get selected. Go back to the home tab, layers, and change to current layer. And now if we would select our layers, you see, oh, we had layer 0 activated. So double click on nodes to have it activated. Make sure we select our nodes with select similar. We could also select them manually, it won't matter. And then go back to layers and change to current. And this time, if we would select it, you see it's on the nodes layer. And as you see here, always when we create a new layer, it adapts the base settings of the previous layer. So it adapted the line type, the ISO dash line type. I would like to solve that and go back to continuous. Hit OK, and perfectly fine. Let me create a new layer and call it design inner. I'm giving it some strange name, so whatever, you can create your own names, whatever you feel satisfied with, it does not matter. Double click to activate it. I would like to hide my notes as well. Select my whole design. And by the way, let me first of all manage its settings. Choose this green color. Line should stay at continuous. And for line weight, I would also like to be default. Select all of it here and change to current. And now let me turn on back all my layers. And that's why layers are very, very important. It allows us to keep our drawing file organized. And whenever, for example, I have this part of my drawing, instead of going through all of them to change their color to something else, okay? No. Control Z to go back. I could simply here in the layers change its color with one click. You see, much better. Let me change that to light gray. Yeah. So it allows us to keep our files clean, professional, and organized. And that will save you a lot of time and headache, especially working with complex drawings. So we find in the Properties tab, color, line weight, and also line type. What is the difference between properties and here from what we changed in the layers? We assign it our inner part of our design. Okay. So by the way, let me share one great tip with you here. Simply select a line and type lay ISO. And as you see, it isolated and locked everything in our drawing except for our main design. Okay, I selected the dimension with it too. Let me do simply Control Z. Let's type lay ISO, enter, and go to settings, lock and fade. We would like it AutoCAD to stay normal. Settings, here off, VP freeze, and this time let's select a line, hit enter, and as you see, it isolated everything that was on the design inner layer. We could do modifying to it, and then simply if we want back all the other layers, we can type lay on. For the dimensions or any other part of the design, to just repeat and make sure we understood it well, I would select one dimension, which is on dim layer, type lay ISO. It's a very, very useful command. And as you see, with one click, I can isolate all the objects which are on a single layer. To bring my whole drawing back, simply type lay on, enter. So now to the Properties tab. In case you want to change or highlight something specific in our drawing, we have here, even though the same options as layer, but for example, I would like to have these inner wall, okay, inner line, it's not a wall, by the way. I would like to select it, okay, and I will join it together. Okay, till here, I think it's fine. I'll leave it this out. Yeah, from this part, okay, let's have it selected. G for join. And for example, I would like only this part here, okay, the line of it to be changed and stay still on the design inner layer. Here I could simply go from by layer of its color to something else, for example, to light blue. Or make it something more visible, to yellow, okay? And if I would click it now, even though I changed its property, but it's still on the design inner layer. Let me do Control Z to go back. And that would be also the same thing if I would change the line weight and also its line type. So only in a specific part. For example, I have these two circles here on the cut layer. I want to change their color to, let's say, yellow, and still keep them on the cut layer. I could still, even though, assign their line weight, for example, to 0.3. And as you see, it works perfectly fine. and still, even though I adjusted their properties, they are still on the cut layer. And if I would turn off the cut layer, it functions pretty well. And we give our drawings different colors to be able to recognize different parts of our design. So what we have else is blocks and groups before we move on to our final part of our tutorial, which will be where we will draw a whole project from zero to hero, and we will cover a lot of details, and I will share with you a lot of tips and tricks. And so far, regarding our tutorial, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I would be more than happy to answer them in the comment section and share your thoughts with me. And I'm also highly interested to know from which country or which location in the world you are watching. So, before we move on to our final part, let me close the Dimension Style Manager and let's start to cover what we mean by groups and blocks. So, you see, if I would want to have all my design here as one object, I could simply select all, type on my keyboard G alone for group, enter. And now whenever I would click my design, you see it becomes one entity. So if I would like to copy it, you see it copies the whole design as one entity. And that's why block is very useful. Okay. In case I would like to have it back into separate entities, simply type UN G for ungroup, enter. And as you see, we get our design back to separated entities. So for blocks, one which is very important, by the way, very useful. If I would select, let me delete this. Oh no. Let me change this back to group. Okay. Copy this one. Let me do ungroup. Okay. Back. This is a group. This is currently exploded to separate entities. And now if I would select it and type B for block, enter, and let me give it a name, exercise drawing, and then hit OK, you would see that my design, if I would click it, we won't know if this is a group or a block and what is actually their difference. So let me type PR for properties and open the properties tool panel, by the way. Okay. So if I click on this one, here I can find its name called block reference. But clicking on this drawing here, it tells me it's group. Okay. What their difference is, group, I can still, for example, if I would type S for stretch, I could still modify the design and still keep it as one entity. Okay. But for block, let me create another copy. Okay, let me do Control Z, excuse me on that. Let me create another copy of these two. Let me use a single line. Type here block, text, block. Good. To make sure you understood their differences, which is very important. And here we will type group. Okay. Let me delete this for now. I'll save it. And by the way, make sure throughout the drawing, you already save your drawing in case of your drawing crashes. Okay. Very important, because sometimes our drawing crashes from itself. So make sure you always hit Control S to save copies from your drawing. So let me hide this one, H for hide. And here we have two groups and here we have two blocks. So if I would adjust, type S for an enter. I would like to stretch this part, enter. And even though I stretch it, you see the other group still stays the same. It keeps its form as it is, okay? But for block, if I type S for stretch, enter, I selected it. And right now you see I cannot stretch anything, okay? The design stays as a block. I won't be able to edit it unless I double click on it and open the edit block definition. Hit OK. And we get here this window, the block editor, open. And so right now, if for example, I would change the design to anything else, okay? And to make it more clearly, let's randomly stretch this part of our design as well. And now if I would, after I'm done with the editing job, if I would hit close block editor, save changes, you see we edited this block here, and whatever we edited here was implemented on the lower block as well. So I hope you understood the difference between group and block. If you want to have one more example, and this is, by the way, part from our previous part of our tutorial, let me hide it. Let me create a rectangle. And now I would type B for block. Let me beforehand create a couple of copies of it. Array, rectangular, perfect. Let me explode it. And now you see I have these circles here, okay? Let me create another copy. Change this one to red. And let me select this and type B for block and name it rec for 01. Now, see the difference. This is a block and this is a normal drawing. I would like to have a circle at the center of each rectangle. So let me create a couple of copies. Perfect. Okay. This is, by the way, I selected and it tells me it's a block reference. To edit it, double click inside on the drawing, hit OK. And now I would simply create, let's say, a random line within it, and then a circle at the center. Then after I have finished editing the block, close block editor, save changes. And as you see, we get it repeated throughout all of the blocks. While for this one, to do the same, I have to draw each one separately. And that's very time consuming. And you see from this one, nothing changes. I have to do it manually. That was it for this part. And I think now we are ready to move on to our main part of our tutorial and jumping into real business. I'm sure if you watch the final part of our tutorial, there is a lot of great things to learn. I will share a lot of tips and tricks with you. We will learn also how to work with layouts and how to prepare our drawing for plotting or export it to a PDF. And we will cover that one on an advanced level, and I will teach you exactly the way I draw in my office. Without further ado, let's get into our final part of our AutoCAD course. Welcome to the final part of our AutoCAD full course. Today we are bringing everything together by drawing a complete floor plan, section and elevation. If you have any questions, drop in the comments and I will be happy to help. And if you have found this series useful, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more tutorials. Now let's dive in. Before I start to draw, I want to get rid of this virtual grid in the background. For that purpose, simply hit F7 on your keyboard or turn it off or on here with the grid modes icon. Secondly, for the first time in our AutoCAD course, we want to specify units for our drawing. So we type UN and then we see units, hit enter, and here we have many units to choose from. By default, AutoCAD is set to inches, and you can choose from a variety of options according to your preference and the country you are working in. I feel most comfortable with centimeters. Hit, after I have chosen my unit, hit OK. So if you remember, when we explained layers in AutoCAD, we said it's better to specify AutoCAD or create layers before we start to draw. So LA, and this opens the layer properties manager, and let's create a new layer for our first part of the drawing. So Alt plus N, let's give it a name. Boundary. Okay, so we have created our first layer, which is for the boundary, and as the name suggests, where I will draw the side boundary of my project. So double click to activate it. Let's specify a color for it. And I would like to choose this dark red. You are most welcome to choose your own color palette according to your preference. Then the line type, I would like to change it. And right now I don't have many options to choose from. So I go to load and use the ISO-space. Choose that one. Hit OK. Make sure select line type. You select the currently loaded line type. Hit OK. And as you see, we changed the line type for our boundary from continuous to ACAD.ISO-space. So let's create our boundary by typing REC for rectangle. Click, and then let's type our side dimensions, which is 2600 centimeters, comma, by 1400 centimeters. Enter. So in other words, our side is 26 meters by 14 meters. So let me select it, and M for move it a bit to the side so that it's not interfering with our X and Y guideline. So secondly, we want to create our axis where we want them to help us or guide us where our walls will be, and also our columns later on. Create a new layer, click on this icon, and let's call it axis. Double click to activate it. Let's change the color of it. I will be comfortable with this light orange. And for the line type, I will keep it as it is and type XL on my keyboard, enter, and draw from this point to this point. The XL command, what it does actually, it draws an infinitive line, and which we can use as guidelines or as axis lines or for whatever purpose you might find it useful. And by the way, we can find it here in the drawing tools panel with this icon here. It's called construction line, but its shortcut is XL. Okay, so let's create our vertical axis for the walls. Type offset, enter, 560 units, enter, so 5.6 meters. As we know, each 100 centimeter equals to 1 meter. Offset to the right, then again spacebar, 240, enter, to the right. Now spacebar again, 540, enter, to the right as well. And one more time, as we know, we need another axis as our living room is a bit longer than the kitchen. So I hope you took a screenshot or you remember the project end result, which I shared before I started to draw, so that exactly you know where we are heading to. 240, enter, and to the right. Perfect. So we are done with our vertical lines. Again, XL for X line from this point to this point. And now we have our horizontal axis. Let's create our horizontal axis as well. Type 1000 units, enter, and move it down to specify the boundary of our house plan. So for the inner walls, which are horizontal, offset, 360, enter, up, and this one also offset to the inside, down. So now we drew the vertical and the horizontal axis for our walls. And what I'm going to do, I go to click on this icon here, unlock my axis layer and my boundary layer. So you see both of them are still there, but if I would select them and type E for erase and delete them, nothing will happen because I locked them and I cannot even move them. I want them to be present in the background without being able to edit them. So unless I unlock them back later on, we can go any time back to them. So let's create a new layer and call it walls. or simply wall. And as you see, whenever we create a new layer, it adapts the settings of our previously created layer. So we click on this icon here to unlock it, and we change its color to dark pink. And some of you might ask, why are we using these strange colors? Because mostly we know architects and engineers present their drawings mostly in black, gray, and white, except when it comes to the landscape. That's it, because right now we want to have each element specified a color to and keep our drawing organized and clean. And later on, I will show you how to convert it to a PDF or print it with one trick where we can change everything back to simply grayscale or black and white. Okay, so don't worry about that for now. We will choose to have our drawing colorful. So double click to activate the wall layer. And on the line type, I would like to go back to continuous, hit OK. And for the line weight, let me expand the layer manager, double click, and I would like my lines for the walls to be thicker compared to the rest. So I choose 0.3, just for you to know anything less than 0.3 will not be displayed here, okay? So you have either to choose 0.3 or bigger. So the line wall layer is activated. We will type PL for polyline, choose from this point, and let's start to draw the boundary for our walls, okay? For our house plan, sorry, not for our walls, yeah. So this is the boundary for our house plan, and you may notice that somehow the line thickness is still not displaying. It's the same as the rest of our drawing. For that purpose, we go down here to the status bar, click on this icon here, and as you see now, the line weight gets displayed. And in case if you are not seeing this icon here and cannot display your line weight, please go here to the customization tab and find here line weight. Make sure you have this tick next to it, and then you will able to see the line weight display option here in the status bar. So let's continue to draw our inner walls. Type L for line. So L for line, simply enter. We use only shortcuts, and let's draw the inner walls. Okay, so I think we are done with the inner walls. Only thing remaining, one wall here. And as you know, here we have a wall separating the closet and the two bedrooms. So we will find the midpoint and draw from this point to this point as well. Let's click on this one to create a gap for the two entrance of the bedrooms. M for move, move to the left. And as you see right now, we are moving randomly. So F8 on our keyboard to enable ortho mode. Okay, so we will move by 1.7 units, enter, 170 units, M, 107, enter. Again, I did it wrong, so F8 to enable the ortho mode, then M for move, and we will move by 170 units, and this time should be fine. We click on this line, and we don't need it to be extended. So after you have clicked on the line, choose the vertex, click and drag it. Perfect. And now the only thing we have to do is to offset our walls to finish our wall drawing. So offset and choose 40 for our outer walls. Okay. And let's continue. We have our outer wall, then again offset, this time 20. So for our entrance, 20 to the right, 20 to the left, in order to keep our axis, our walls centered or align it to our axis lines. Okay. For this one, again, 20 to the right, 20 to the left, this wall here as well, and this wall here as well. So for the remaining walls, for the bathroom, again, I hit spacebar to reactivate the offset command, and I would type 10, enter, and I would go 10 to the left, 10 to the right, as the walls for my bathroom and here the closet are thicker compared to the rest of my of the rest of the walls. They are thinner. Okay, so we don't need them to have this much thickness, as they don't have any structural value here. Okay, so let's delete these lines here as they are unnecessary and no more needed. And later, after that, we will move to trim out our walls in order to clean our drawing from the intersections we have here. And fine. Okay, so let's select everything and type TR on our keyboard for trim. And let's trim out the intersections. First of all, I trimmed out this area here, which leads to my foyer. I don't need this wall. And continue to trim out these ones. And by the way, here, let me type EX for extend in order to trim out the opening for the closet area. So select TR for trim and let me trim out these two parts. See, I click and from left to right, this blue window, make sure everything that's within the window gets selected. I think we covered this one previously. Let's continue with trimming out the intersections. Select all, TR for trim. And I think I will fast forward it as it's simply going over the intersections as trimming out them. So we are done with trimming and the intersections and cleaning out our walls. The only thing remaining here, this gap, I want to show you how to connect them. Simply type F on your keyboard and activate the fillet command and click the first line and the second line. And as you see, they get connected. So the fillet command is not there only to create rounded corners. One more thing, you see this wall here is not center aligned to our axis line. So we type S for stretch, select this wall, this part, these vertices, spacebar, then click and move up by 20 units. Perfect. And now it's also center aligned. And as you see, all our walls except the outer walls fall within the center of the axis lines. That was it for our walls, and let's move on and start to create our windows. I see one more thing here as well. S, enter for stretch. Select this part, click spacebar, move to the left, to the right, 20, enter. And also aligned at the center, except for our end walls, which are the way they are supposed to be. So let's move on and start to create openings for our windows and add our windows and doors. Now let's create the opening for our windows, and to do so on our keyboard we type L, enter, and find the midpoint of this wall here and the midpoint for this room here as well. We have here another window, so again we need to find the midpoint, and we have one window here also. Let's find the midpoint, and again we draw a line, and here for our bathroom, again spacebar to reactivate the line command, find the midpoint and draw another line. And now what we have to do, we type offset and 120 units, then 120 to the right, 120 to the left, and we continue to do so for the other windows as well, for the lines we just drew, which will be the location for our window openings. Only here we type offset and 40, enter, 40 to the right, 40 to the left, and this will be the location of our window openings. Let's delete the lines in the center, which we drew only for guiding purposes. And now select the drawing and type TR for trim, and let's trim out the locations for the windows. And after that, we will create a separate layer for the windows and start to draw them. So this will be our floor plan with the openings for the location of the windows. And now to draw windows, we go to the layers manager and Alt plus N again, and we will call it window. Okay. Let's specify a color for our window, and I would like to go for this blue color here. Hit OK. The line type is on continuous. It's perfect. Only the line weight, I will stick to default. Okay. And now let's type REC for rectangle and type, okay, see, I am drawing and I get still the purple line, and that's because I haven't activated the window layer. So double click to activate it. and REC for rectangle. Move, click and move, and let's type. We know we offset it for each direction 120 units, so it makes the length of our window 240, comma, and the thickness of the wall is 40, enter. So now line from the center to this center, from midpoint to midpoint, offset 2.5, enter once up, and once we go down and we delete this center line, and one more time, PL for polyline, 5 units, going down and closing it. And here again, spacebar to reactivate the previous command, 5 units, enter, going down, and let's close it. And select the window and TR for trim. And I will tell you why we drew 2 lines at the center of our window here. Okay, this here is our glass, and this is the frame location, or sorry, the part where it's cut out in the on the floor plan. Okay, so we have our window. We hit copy, or simply let's type it shortcut. Select the window, CO for copy, enter, and choose a base point here to click to move to copy from, and find the locations, and simply copy the window to all of the locations. We have a window of 2.4 units or 240 centimeters. Let me disable ortho mode and rotate this window here. Sorry, select RO for rotate, enter, choose a base point. How many degrees? 90, enter. Select the window once more, M for move, M enter for move. And that's fine. I think the only window remaining is here on this location. So I would select this window here with the green selection. So see, from here I click, and whatever the green selection window touch gets selected. CO for copy. Let me move it out to here. And as you see, this is only 80 centimeters and our window is much bigger. So S for stretch. We select our window, the end vertices, spacebar. Let's activate ortho mode and move it by 160 units to be exactly 80 units. Our window for our bathroom, which is smaller. M, so select it. M, enter for move, and perfect. Okay, so that's it for our windows, I think. Yep. The only thing I would like the window for the living room to be bigger. So I type S for stretch, click this area here, then spacebar, and move the window up by, let's say, 40 units. And again, S for stretch, enter. So S for stretch, enter. Make sure you select this area here, spacebar, and let's move it down also by 40 units to make the window for the living room a little bit bigger. That was it to add on how to add, windows. And let's move on to our next part and start to add our doors. Let's sum up our project drawing and finish with the floor plan before we move on to the section and elevation. What remains here is we need to add doors, furniture, dimensions, and the axis tags. And as you may have noticed, here we opened a file called furniture. This is a small sneak peek to the library you can find in my Patreon, which I am leaving a link in the description below to my Patreon page where you can download these furniture and many more. So a very big library of AutoCAD blocks and furniture for a small donation. And what makes these furniture stand out is all of them are arranged into category you can easily navigate through. And secondly, for each category, for example, for living room, you will find many variations for living room furniture like sofas, tables, TVs, and many more. And one very important point about this AutoCAD library furniture is most of the furnitures are hatched, which makes them much more unique and pleasant to look at while converting to a PDF and submitting to your boss or to your client. It will definitely level up your drawings in AutoCAD. And one also very important point is you will find many blocks which are smart blocks. So what we mean exactly by smart blocks, this door here is 100 units. So if I would select it and go here to this arrow and click, I could change the dimension of the door to 80 units or to, let's say, 220 units, and it creates a double door. And this is what we call smart blocks in AutoCAD. And I'm also planning to publish a whole AutoCAD tutorial about smart blocks. So we said we need to add doors. So let's copy this door here. Control C to copy. We don't need to copy all the doors because only one is enough, and we will get all this dimension as it's a smart block. So again, Control C to copy it. We move to the other project drawing and Control V to paste it here. So the same way we created openings for our windows, we will create openings for our walls. So right now the window layer is active. To make sure, type LA, and as you see here, we have the window layer which is active. So instead of double click to activating the wall layer again, I will simply select one line which I am sure is on the wall layer, then click on this icon here, make current, and now whatever we will draw will be on the wall layer, so it will directly activate the wall layer. So L enter, again I think I was too fast, L for line, enter. We will draw a line from here till here, and we will delete this line soon. So offset, always I want to leave a gap between the walls and the door opening. So offset by 20 from here till here. And I know the bathroom door will be 90 units. So spacebar to reactivate offset again, 90, enter, and move it. So delete this line, select here this part, type TR for trim, and let me create the first opening for my door. And we will continue to do so for the other places as well. L, enter for line, L for line, enter. I think I am sometimes too fast. I apologize for it. So we created this guideline. We will type offset 20, and this time spacebar 100 centimeters for my bedroom's door. I want my bedroom's doors to be bigger compared to my bathroom door. So I will select these two lines, copy, move it from here till here. Select this area, TR for trim, and trim out these two lines. And how do I am trimming like this? Simply select TR for trim, click, and move your mouse to create this type of polygon trim. Okay? And we have created an opening here as well. For my entrance door, I would like to do something different. Delete this one, EX for extend, enter, 1, 2, 1, 2, and let me select and trim this one out as well. So L, enter, and I would like to shift my entrance door a little bit to the foyer, so we can later put here cabinet or shoe storage for shoes or whatever you might need it. So we don't want to waste all this area here only for a foyer. So offset 20, and perfect. Okay, now let's type a line here at the, draw a line here at the center and do offset. Let's do 90, 90 to the right, offset, 90 to the left, offset, and delete this one. Make sure you select them. Again, the same process, TR for trim, and trim out this area here, this one, and this one as well. The only place remaining, I think, where we need to add the door is here, where later on we will draw here a nice outdoor sitting, so we could also access it from the kitchen. So L, enter, draw a line, again, same process, offset 20 to leave a nice gap between the wall and the door opening. Delete this one, again, offset 100 units, enter, and offset it again. Select all, TR for trim, enter, and trim out this area as well. And now let's work with our door. So let me check what the current dimension of this door is. 100 centimeters or 1000 millimeters. So I'll change it to 900 millimeters, which makes 900 centimeters. MI for mirror, and then erase source object, yes for now. Then select it, copy, and copy it to this location here. Let me disable ortho mode. We don't need it right now. So again, select the door, CO for copy, enter, choose our base point, and copy it to this point here as well. So select it, and we need to mirror it because we want a double door. MI for mirror, enter. And then you see right now, if I'm mirroring, I get a random direction. So press shift on your keyboard for temporary enabling ortho mode. Array source object, no. Okay, fine. Let me copy this door to this location here as well. And we are a bit short because we create this opening to be 1 meter or 100 centimeter. Choose this point here. And by the way, for the smart blocks, you will also find some very quick tutorials in my Patreon on how to use the smart blocks. Okay, so MI for mirror, and also very soon I'm uploading a video on how to create smart blocks in AutoCAD. So select this door, MI for mirror, again enter, choose this midpoint, and make sure you are perfectly horizontal. A resource object, no, to mirror the door to the other side as well. The only location remaining is here, so we'll select our door, M for move, and we will move it, let's say, to this place. Select RO for rotate, and rotate it. Good. Then we would, again, M for move, M enter. We will change the size of it to 100 centimeters. And currently, I think the direction should be the other way around. So MI for mirror, enter, and let's mirror it around. Yep. Array source object, yes. And let's again adjust its location. And so we are done with drawing the doors, the door opening. So let's see what remains. And by the way, if you remember, we copied the doors from this file, furniture, to our project drawing doors. And already here, if I click on it, you see on these doors are on a layer called door/AR. So if I go back, because we copied from that file, we also have a layer called doors/AR. Okay. So let me copy the rest of the furniture. Control C to copy. Control V to paste. And right now we get a couple of new layers because we copied this furniture. And if I was too fast, very simply, excuse me, let me delete it one more time. I think sometimes I just lose control and I start to explain very fast. So we select the whole drawing, Control C to copy. We move on to our project drawing and type Control V to paste. Perfect. So here we will find another layer called furniture. So if I turn it off, you see all of the furnitures are on this layer, which I created previously here in the furniture drawing. So we are not only importing the drawings, but also the layers which they are on. So to add furniture, let's start with these ones. Select it, M for move, and let's move it, I think, currently here. Okay, let's select these two, and MI for mirror, and mirror it to the other side as well. Array source object, no. Okay, so what else we need? We need here to add a TV. Okay, so let's draw that manually. Let's make furniture layer active, double click, type PL or simply L. Let's move up and let's enable ortho mode by hitting F8. Let's move up by 60 units, enter, and draw here a nice TV wall and delete this line here. No need for it anymore. And for the TV, let's type L, enter, and create somehow from the middle. Let's go 5 centimeters up. And let's create a TV which is 200 centimeters. Okay, also to the left. Perfect. And let's create from here to here a rectangle, or simply PL, and let's draw over it. Okay, I think it's much easier. Good, and let's close it. Perfect. So we have here our TV. Let me move it up by 5 centimeters. So select M, enter for move. Choose this point, move up by 5 centimeters. Sorry, 5, enter. And let's create here somehow like something that's holding our TV. Offset 5 centimeters, I think, to the right, to the left, and let's delete it. And simply let's copy it to each end. And not to the end, copy it till here, M, enter, and move it by 40 units, for example. Yeah. So this is our TV, and this should indicate that it's holding our TV from the wall, like holders. Okay. So select these and MI for mirror. Find the midpoint of the TV and move it mirror to the other side as well. So we could also later on add 2 plants here to make it more beautiful. Let's move on to the other parts of our drawing. And let's draw here our kitchen cabinet. So we have still the furniture layer active, PL, enter. And the width of a kitchen cabinet is 60 units, 60, enter. And so we have created our kitchen cabinet. Let's copy our furniture to it. By the way, and currently you see the blocks are consisting of separate objects. I simply exploded them, and in my Patreon, most of them they are ready blocks. Here I exploded them. Okay, just to show you, we select the furniture and type block, or we could also do groups, but I'd highly recommend to do it block. And by the way, I don't know what this is called in English, so I will just call it fire, because this is what we are cooking on. Okay, I don't know. You have to excuse me. I don't know what's called in English. So we will find the midpoint of it, disable ortho mode, and add it here. Great. Let's move on and bring our sink. We will again type it block and call this one sink. Okay. And I highly also recommend whenever you create blocks to give them names, so later on you can find them more easily. CO for copy, and let's find the midpoint, and let's also place our sink as well. So we will continue to do so for the rest of our furniture, and I will do a couple more and then I will simply fast forward it because the whole process is very repetitive. I will call it dining table. Okay, enter. So we have created for our dining table a block. We will find the center point by simply select it, CO for copy. Move your mouse over this line and it will directly give you the center point of the rectangle. You are free to move it also from other points as well. So, and now what I would like to do, I would to center align this furniture here to the center of my window. So XL, again, XL for the X line command or the construct line command. Find the center point of the window. Perfect. And now select my dining table, M for move, enter. Find the midpoint of this chair and move it here. So it's the dining table is perfectly at the center of our window. Okay. Let's see what else we have. I think for our kitchen dining, we are currently fine. Let's move on with our furniture of our bathroom furniture. And by the way, here comes one very trick. Whenever you hatch something and the hatch comes over the drawing, okay, simply click on it and type draw order, okay? And for example, the hatch should go behind the back of our line. So simply hit under objects or back, okay? So we will select it, convert it to block, and call it bath cube. Okay. And this one, again, block, and we will call it WC. And we will select this one, and again, block, and we will call it, let's say, bath sink. Okay. So let me select these three and simply CO for copy. move from this point here, copy from this point, and paste it here. Okay, so let's continue and see what else we have. And I think from here, I will simply fast forward it. It will be very repetitive. So select my bedroom one last time, block. I will call it bed. Okay, select it, CO for copy. And like this, we will add our furniture. And from here on, I think I will simply fast forward it. Okay, and so we have added our furniture, our doors, and now what we will do, we will add the final part of our drawing, which will be dimension and axis tags. Okay, we will add tags to our, to our axis. Okay, so see you in our next part. So now let's add our tags for the axis lines, and to do so, we go back to our layer properties manager, and here, as you remember, we have previously locked our all the lines we were on the axis layer. Let's unlock it for now, and as you see, it gets a bright yellow color back. And we have also still the boundary of our side locked. We will keep it as it is for now. And let's type simple REC for rectangle and draw a rectangle, this big. Select all this and type TR for trim. And let's trim out these parts which are unnecessary to us. Okay. And let's start to give our axis names or the axis tags. And to do so, we simply create one circle here. And for the radius, let's choose something around. And by the way, let me enable the axis layer. We have to make sure that everything is on the same layer for our axis. So C for circle. And let's draw a circle with a radius of, I think, 60 is good. Or is it too big? No, I think it's too big. So I think we will go for circle with a radius of 50. Enter. Perfect. And let's select it and move it from this point to the end. So now let's create another layer and call it text. And keep the color as, let's say, pure white. And let's type, activate it. Let's change the line type to continuous, even though I don't think it matters. And then type text. Click, specify the start point, specify the height of, let's say, 40 units, enter. Specify rotation angle 0, enter. And let's type A, click and enter. Perfect. So we copy our text here, CO for copy, enter, specify a point and move it within the circle. Good. So let's select our circle with our text and CO for copy, enter, and copy it from to all the other points to give our axis names or tags. And we select this row here, CO for copy it from this point here, move it all the way down. Good. And then we copy this one, CO for copy, choose this point here, and let's copy it to our vertical horizontal axis as well. Great. One more time, select all, and see, I'm using the blue window selection because I want only to be the circles and the text selected. If I would do for the green, go from right to left, you see even the axis lines get selected, and I don't want to copy them. Only I want to be the circles with the text, copy it. So again, CO for copy, and we will copy it to the other side as well. Okay, now to give the axis names, we start with A. So we will type B. Let me activate caps lock and type B. Here, type C. Let's type here D. And for our last axis, E. Let me delete this. By the way, I should not have copied these texts. and simply copy these texts here with the blue window selection. Okay, I made sure the circles are not within the window of the blue selection. Choose a copying point. Let's choose the center of the circle to make sure they are at their perfect location, and copy to the center of the circles down. So A, B, C, D, E. Okay, for our vertical axis. For our horizontal axis, we will type 1, 2, and 3, and let's go to our last one, 4. And the same thing here. I don't need this one. I need to delete them. You have to excuse me. Sometimes I slip. So select these 4. CO for copy. Find the center point. Copy from this center point here, and let's move on to the other side. Find the center point of the circle and copy to the other side as well. So now we have added axis tags to our dimensions, and for right now I think we don't need this library to be visible, so we type HI4 and find hide objects. So we will hide it and we can bring it back at any time. So the next thing, I will lock my text layer, or not the text layer but only the axis layer. Okay, and let's continue by adding dimensions to our design. So let's type dim A for dim align it, and take a dimension from here till here. And as you see, our dimension is very, very small. And to correct that, if you remember, we previously explained it, have a quick guess. Where are we going to find our, how we change the size and the style of our dimensions? Have a quick guess. If you guessed it to be Dimension Style Manager, yes, you are right. So let's type, first of all, let's create a new layer and call it dim for dimensions. Dim, perfect. Let's give it a color and choose cyan. Okay, hit OK. And choose the line type to be continuous for our dimension lines. And double click here to activate it. Let's delete this dimension for now and create another dimension, dim A for dim align it. Choose from this point to this point here. And you see it's very small. You have to zoom in a lot and be sure even when we print it, it won't be visible. So to adjust this, let's type dim style. Okay, enter. And currently we are in standard, and previously we created a new dimension style. But for now, I think for this part of the tutorial, we don't need to create a new one. We will only modify the standard one, which we currently were drawing. So we hit modify, and here we go to lines and set color. We don't want them to be specified here. We will go by layer. Okay, line type also we will choose by layer, and line weight we will also choose by layer. So whatever we decide here in the layers manager on the dim layer will be applied to our dimension instead of specifying that here. So let's go, and here extension line color also should be specified by layer. Fixed length extension lines, let's activate it and make sure it's set to 1. And we previously explained it why we choose fixed length extension line. Okay, let me for now disable it, and later on we will come back to it and I will tell you why we will enable it here. And let's go to symbol and arrows, and instead of these arrows here, I would like to choose this time. We can choose either architecture tick or oblique. I would like to go for oblique for this time, and this one as well. Now the arrow size, let's choose 12. And let's see what else we have here. Text, let's go to text, and let's see what the font style is. It's Arial. I think Arial is perfectly fine, so we want changes. Text color we will also specify it by layer. Fill color we want none. Text height, let's choose 22. And let's see what else we have. Yeah, fit we will leave it out for now, and later we'll come back to it. And primary units, we will specify how many units we would like to be displayed after the dot or after the comma. I would usually like to go for 2. One number is enough. So two units should be displayed. And that's it for now. Let me check if we have anything left. Okay, so hit OK, set current, and close. And let's take a new dimension, dim A for dim aligned. Let's take a dimension from here to here, and let's see what so far we have done. Okay, so perfectly fine. And why is this locked? Okay, the dim layer is locked. We will make sure it's unlocked. And so much better. But what I still don't like here is I don't like this box here around my dimension. So let's go for dim style again. And also I feel like this extension lines are a bit too short. We will might make it longer. Or no, we haven't specified that yet. So let me tell you why it's important to have fixed extension lines. So if I type dim A for dim align it and take a dimension from this point to this point and move up, as you see, this dimension line, this extension line is short, and this one is very, very long. Okay, I want all of them be aligned at the same row, and you don't like this box here around my dimensions. So let's go back to dim style and find modify again. The first thing we want to do is let's go to symbol and arrows and make the arrow size a bit bigger. Let's choose 15. It was a bit too small. And let's go to text. Draw frame around text. We will disable that. We don't want this frame here around our text. And what else did we have? Yes, we'll go to line and fixed length extension lines. We will enable it and keep it at, let's say, 5. Hit OK, set current, and close. And you see already our symbols here got bigger. And for this time, let me delete these two lines. And let's type dim A for dim aligned and take a dimension from here till here and move out. And as you see, the extension lines are specified by 5 units. So if you want to make it longer, we can still go back to dim style and go back to modify. And we specified a length of 5. Let's choose, for example, 50. Okay, set current and close. And as you see, our extension line here got a bit longer. So instead of again typing dim aligned, I previously showed you a trick. So a command, one of my favorites. So DCO for dim continue. And now all we have to do is click from point to point. Perfect. And as you see, we have already specified the dimension for our host plan. So let's also specify one dimension from axis to axis. So from end to end. Perfect. Now for this line here as well, dim align it one time. We take a dimension from this point to this point. And then we type DCO for dim continue so that we don't have every time to type dim align it and take a dimension. So again, dim A for dim align it and take one dimension for the whole as well. Great. So we could simply select this and type MI for mirror, choose this point here and mirror it to the other side as well. A resource object? No. Let's select this one, these dimensions as well. Type MI for mirror and mirror it to the other side as well. See, currently I'm in random rotation angle. Simply hold Shift to enable ortho mode temporarily. Okay, so let me select these dimensions as they are too close to my drawing. Type M. So one more time, I will select them. M for move, enter, and move them outside of my boundary till here. Perfect. Okay. Let's see here as well. I will select them. M for move and move them out. Great. So now we have added our outer dimension. Okay, I think we forgot to copy these two dimensions. Simply we'll type DCO for dim continue. And as you see, it will continue from the last dimension we took. So we will go to our command line and hit selected or simply type S, enter, we will select this dimension here and simply we can continue to take dimensions from point to point. I think this one is wrong. Yep. We did a mistake somewhere, I think, while mirroring. So let me simply delete all this, select them, MI for mirror, choose the midpoint, press Shift, and click Erase Source Object. No. And this time it should be perfectly fine. Yes. So DCO for Deem Continue. Select this line and simply, 240 and 560. Let's check. Is it the same as the upper side? Yes, it is. So now let's add dimensions to the inside. We will type Deem, align it. So from this point to this point, 1 in the length, spacebar to reactivate the previous command, and 1 for the width. So here as well, length and width. You can add as many dimensions as you wish to do so. And here again, 1 for the length and 1 for the width as well. Okay, I will fast forward it until I am done with applying dimensions to my floor plan. So now what remains for our dimension is to add one more dimension line to be even more precise and put even more information on our floor plan. We will type Deem, align it, take a dimension from here till here, make our drawing even more clear, and then DCO for Deem Continue, and we will continue to do so and add dimensions for our whole, for even the outer spaces of our drawing, our floor plan, so that even someone, when he wants to implement the drawing, he also has the dimensions for the window and etc. So right now, I think we are providing as much information as possible. So 1 dimension for the whole house layout, 1 dimension line for the axis, and 1 dimension line for the walls, windows, and whatever cut and going inside or outside we have, a cut or fill or whatever. Okay, so here we don't need to do another dimension line as we don't have anything here. It's perfectly flat. We only have dimensions for our axis line and 1 dimension for the whole. So here we need to add one, Deem, align it. I will click from this point to this point and then type DCO for Deem Continue and click from axis line to axis line. Perfect. And for this part here as well, let's see, Deem, align it, click from here till here, move out, and then DCO, we only have to click from point to point. So, and as you may notice, some of the dimension lines, their extension line, because I move them out, I get a different extension line. Here, because I was only clicking from axis line to axis line, we did not get the extension lines here. So to solve this and get unified dimensions, we will go to, again, Deem Style, enter, and go to Modify. And here in the Fixed Length extension line, we will provide it with 0. Okay, set current and close. And as you see now, we get rid of all the extension lines and all of our lines are in a uniform style. So let's move on to our next part and sum up our floor plan drawing. What the only thing remaining right now for us is here to hatch the walls. Okay, so let me hide all my dimension lines, and sorry, it's the current layer. Let me activate the wall layer and hide my dimensions, which we did. Let's hide also our text. Let's hide also our axis lines. And let's also hide our furniture. Perfect. And also let's hide our windows here as well. Okay, window, yeah. I think this came up when we copy and pasted from the furniture file previously. So here is our window layer. Let's hide this, and this one is unnecessary. If you remember, we copy pasted our furniture from another file to this file here. So this layer came along with it, so we don't need it. We simply delete it. The selected layer was not deleted. The following layers cannot be deleted. Okay, so we simply leave it for now, I think. Yeah, we leave it as it is. Let's also hide our doors. Here, a door. Okay, there should be another. Yeah, this one. Okay, so this problem occurs when you randomly copy furniture or drawings from another block, from another file to your current file. It only, as mentioned previously, it does not bring only the drawing, but also the layers that they are drawn on from the previous file. That's why we got some layers here. We did not create them. And for that purpose, I highly recommend always give a prefix to your layers so you recognize them, which one are yours and which one are from someone else. So you can simply choose the first 3 letters before each layer of your name or of your company or whatever. So to make sure you recognize your layers. So now let's create another layer and call it hatch. Okay, turn it on, and let's create a color for it. And let's choose, yeah, this dark gray color here and hit OK. Or let's choose another color for now. I think, yeah, later on we will convert everything to grayscale. Let's choose a fine color and let me see what I like. Let me go for magenta, I think. I think magenta would be nice. Yep, we will go for magenta. Hit OK, or purple, sorry. And then HA for hatch, enter. So by the way, we can also find the hatch command here. This one, it's its icon. Okay, and now we type HA for hatch, enter. And here we get the hatch creation panel. We will choose, let's say, this one. And let's also specify here the color to be by layer, by the way. Okay, and by layer, currently you see we are on the wall layer. We forgot to activate the hatch layer. Double click to activate it. Perfect. Our hatch is set to, let's choose this one here. And the color, let's choose to, we won't specify it here. Instead, we will keep it to be decided by layer. And simply click inside of your walls and continue to click until we have all our walls hatched. And some of you might, use this pattern here, but it's not visible right now. But if you zoom in, okay, it's still not visible because the scale is too small. Probably, let's choose 1000. Yeah, okay, 1000 is too big. Let's choose 100. Perfect. Much better. Much better. Yes. So we selected it. We specified, by default, the hatch scale is set to 1. And because it's too small, it feels like it's a solid hatch, but actually it's not. So we changed the scale of it to 100, enter. And probably I don't like the color. I think, let me change it to something else. Probably dark blue. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's fine. Okay, we will choose this dark blue color here. Okay. Much better. And now let's bring back our layers, which we turn it off. And I think, yep, we are done with our floor plan drawing. And let's move on to our next part of our tutorial, which is, yeah, I think it looks nice. And let me, okay, perfect. Type S for stretch, enter before we move on. These axis lines are too far from my floor plan, so S for stretch, enter, select this part, spacebar, and let's move them a bit closer to our drawing. Okay, here as well, S for stretch. Let's select these ones as well. Move it closer. Let's type S for, I think, these ones because they are already at the end of the boundary wall. But for this area here, S for stretch, enter. Make sure you select this part of the axis line, spacebar, and move them closer as well. Okay, let me hide these ones for now. Something strange happened here. No, it's perfectly fine, yeah. Perfectly fine. I was thinking why they are not aligned to my... Okay, let me select them. Or simply let me turn off the dimension. See, that's why layers are really important. So we turned off all our layers. S for stretch. Select these, spacebar, and move them a bit closer. And now let's type, turn it back. So this is our end result for our floor plan drawing. And I think we got into a decent result. And before we move on to our next part, I want to thank you if you are still watching. Hopefully you learned a lot. And now let's move on to our next part of our tutorial, where we will draw a section for our floor plan and also elevation. And then later on, arrange our drawings into a layout with the title sheet and prepare it to send it to a plotter or convert it to a PDF. Let's continue and start our elevation drawing. But before we actually can draw our elevation, we need to finish to draw the landscape and the surrounding for our house. As they are drawn in different, or as they have different levels, they will for sure strongly affect our elevation drawing. So somehow I feel that, or I know out of experience, these dimensions and our axis lines will interfere with our drawing, and somehow they will bother us. So I want to hide them. And before that, actually, there is one more adjustment I would like to do. I feel somehow our axis lines color do not fit with our template. So just for aesthetic purposes, I go to axis and change its color to red. Let's see. And I think this looks much better right now. Just my personal preference, and only for aesthetic reasons. You are free to choose your own color palette. So let's draw our landscape and building surrounding. And as I mentioned, our dimensions and axis line will interfere and bother us while drawing it. So let me go to the Layer Properties Manager and hide everything that's on the axis layer. Let me also hide all my dimensions and also everything that's on the text layer. And now I would feel much more comfortable to draw my landscape. And one more thing, our surrounding, we previously unlocked it, our boundary or our limit of drawing for our house. I would like to go to boundary and simply lock it. So while it's still there, but I cannot edit it or move it or accidentally delete it. So let's go to our Layer Properties Manager and create a new layer and call it Landscape. Then, as mentioned previously, it will mostly adapt the settings of the previous layer. So that's why by default, even though we just created it, it's locked. So we have to unlock it. And then for our landscape color, I would like to choose a white color for their lines. And the line type should be simply continuous. And for the line weight, I want my landscape line, at least for now, to have some sort of thickness. So double click here in line weight and let us choose a line weight of 0.3 millimeters. So now let's activate it by double clicking here and start to draw our landscape. We will type L for line, enter, click on this point here, and already ortho mode is enabled. So let's go by 240 units down and move our line till here, and then make sure it's aligned together by simply moving our mouse to this corner until we see the green guideline. Perfect. Click and let's close it. So then we want to create our stairs for the entrance, as our house is, let's say, by 3 stairs elevated from the base. So, or from the street level. So offset. And the width of each stair should be 30 centimeter by standard. 30, enter. Offset 1 and one more time offset. So we'd have 1, 2, 3. Or we can also create one more. Or should we leave it by 3? I think 3 is enough. Oh, let's create one more, I think. Yeah, let's create one more. 1, 2, 3, 4 stairs. Perfect. Now, let's click on this line and move it till here. So, let's draw the pathway also for our house. And we can simply type EX for extend, enter, and move on this line. And as you see, it extends all the way until the end of our line. We could also do something else. Before we continue, we can type PL for polyline. But before that, excuse me a second, let's create a new layer and call it boundary wall. Perfect. Double click to activate it. Let us give it a red color, or yeah, this red color should do it. Okay. And type PL for polyline. Boundary wall is activated. The settings are fine. I am also fine with the thickness of it for the line weight. So we will click from this point here and go over our boundary or our site limit. Perfect. And now let's simply offset by 20 units to create our boundary wall, so we do not exceed later. And let us trim out this area here. Good. And now let's go, and I don't like the color, by the way. Let me move it and change it to something else. Probably this dark red color here. Perfect. Or still not? No, let me change it one more time. I don't like the color. Just, yeah, this red one here. Yeah, I think this red one should work fine. Much better. Much better. And also for, I think, the line weight, as it's not necessary to see the boundary this strong, we will simply go double click and choose default line weight. Yeah, much better right now. Okay. So now we need even to shift here this line drawing. Okay, so let us hide this edge for height, or we can simply, yep, hide this one, edge, hide object, delete this, and now unhide to bring it back. Perfect. And previously, I think we hide this one in order not to bother us, as we don't need our block library right now. So we will select all and type hide or hide objects. Yeah, perfect. So now let's continue to draw and type L. And sorry, we need to activate our landscape layer. So we have here our deck to our entrance with the 3 stairs. Let's draw our pathway here. So let's simply type REC for rectangle and draw a rectangle from here to here. Let's see how wide. By the way, let's take a dimension and see how wide it is. 240. So REC for rectangle, 240, comma, by 60 should work fine. Oh, we have to rotate it, no problem. RO for rotate. Great. And let's move it. Select and M for move, enter, and move it to this point here. Okay, and now what we will do, one more trick or tip. Instead of regularly copying it, let's move on this line till here and start to draw another line from this point till the end. And now pay attention what we do for our stone here, for our paving stone. We type array and choose array path, select object, enter, select path curve as AutoCAD asks us, and perfect. Now we will only need to adjust its settings. So let's choose for example 80. The gap between them for me is still too big. Let's choose 70. Much better. Perfect. The only thing here remaining, we will explode it, type X for explode, enter. Let us delete this one here and move this line, make this stone, our paving stone, a bit bigger until it meets the border of it. We could also make one more simply bigger to somehow break the repetition, to make it look more unique and more beautiful. So perfect. Let's type REC for rectangle, create a line from here till here, and create our flower bed. So offset 5 centimeters should work fine. and offset it to the inside. Maybe it's too small. Let's offset it one more time to be the surrounding of our flower bed should be 10 centimeters. So I offset 2 times 5, 5. Looks much better. And here we will have our flower bed. To our garage, we will draw another line from here till here. And let's offset by 360 units or centimeter, which makes 3.6 meters. I think it should be enough. And one more thing, we have our garage. Let's draw a line from here till here. And let's simply move it by 300 centimeters, so 3 meters. And here we will have our outdoor sitting area. Don't need to be this long. Now, let's create here L for line. Draw a line from here till here. And then, M for move, enter. Select this line, enter again, and let's move it by 120, enter. Perfect. Type REC for rectangle and create a rectangle from here to here to create our swimming pool. Offset by 60 centimeters, enter, and we will have here a small swimming pool and here 60 centimeters to work around it. Okay, so I think that should it be for the base drawing. Let's add some details and let's add some details to it. Okay, so let's create an hatch here for our outdoor sitting area. PL for polyline. Click from this point to this point here and go create. Perfect. And let me show you let me tell you something very important. Sometimes if you hatch with it, and somehow it intersects with other objects and come into it, sometimes it's either not doing the hatch or the hatch spreads outside. So you will face some problems. So what I recommend you is select it, move it outside. Okay. Then type hatch, HA for hatch, enter. Let us choose the hatch we prefer. Click one time inside, and currently it's set to this one. Let's choose another hatch to somehow represent wood. Okay, and I'm sure it's somewhere here. I think this one is fine. Okay, and we clicked on it, and we still, as previously mentioned, we are not seeing it because the scale is too small. Let's choose it to be 100, enter. Perfect, much better. And by the way, we need to select it and find the hatch layer. Okay, this one. So double click on the hatch layer to activate it. Or let's create another layer. Yeah, I think we should create another layer. Simply let's click outdoor hatch. Outdoor hatch. Perfect. The settings, I think it's fine. Let's for now keep it as white. Hit OK. Double click to activate the outdoor hatch layer. And let's select our hatch. Go to Home tab. And in layers, change to current. So if I now select it and go to the Home tab, you see it's on the outdoor hatch. This way I transferred this hatch to this layer, even though I did not draw it on this layer here. Okay, just a quick tip or reminder, we all already covered it previously. And now something important, even though I specified the hatch color with the layer, but if I go to the Home tab and instead of sticking to the color by layer, I can simply choose it to have another layer while still being on the, on the outdoor hatch layer. Okay, I hope I'm clear, I'm not confusing. So let us choose a color. Let's see what we find here in the color book. And how do you come here to the color book? Simply, previously we learned how we come to these colors. You could also go to color books, and here we find some ready presets, okay, in mono. Okay, in some ready presets of colors. I think I like them a lot and I use them somehow a lot. Let me find a fine one. I think for wood, we should go with something brown. Probably this one is nice. Okay, we select it, hit OK. And let's see how it looks. Not bad for now. And you could also add transparency to it, for example, to make it finer and not this strong. I think that should work fine. Now, we will select everything, type M for move, enter, and we will choose, we know this point here was exactly here. So we simply click this point and move it back to its location, and it should sit pretty well. Very fine. So I think our landscape lines here are a bit too strong and stand out a lot, and they are taking a lot of attention from our floor plan. I don't like their properties and appearance. So very quickly, let me go to the Layer Properties Manager and change the color for my landscape lines to something else. Let's go for this dark purple here, and let's see how it looks compared to our drawing. Yeah, I think much better. Just the thickness remains to be adjusted. And let's go for line weight. Sorry, not thickness. Whenever I say thickness, I actually mean line weight. Okay, so sorry for it. So I will choose default and hit OK. And I think, yeah, it's much better. Much better. Probably the purple is still too strong. Let's find something. Okay, this one here. Yeah, I think much better now. That's much better. So let's continue. We have our outdoor hatch layer activated. So let's type HA, hatch, and let's hatch our swimming pool. Click one time inside and let's find a solid hatch for it. Or we could also, let me show you something else, go for a gradient. Okay, and let's find, we have already this. Let's choose one dark blue and one light blue to create this gradient effect. Or, yeah, I think this one much better. Or one more, let's give it one more try, a very light blue and one a bit darker to create this gradient effect. And we can still click on it and change the type of gradient. For example, we can show with this one here, where it goes from dark to slowly lighter to show somehow depth. Okay. And let's click on it and rotate it by 90 degrees. Perfect. So that here it's the height is it's higher and slowly we go deeper. Okay, so from light blue to dark blue. And let's see what else we have to hatch. Yes, here our our garden or our flower bed, type HA for hatch. Click one time inside. Let's go to solid and find this light green color here. I think supposed to work fine. It does. Let's click back to our landscape line, double click to activate it, create one green area here as well, REC for rectangle, enter, and let's click from this point to this point here, then offset 10 centimeters, enter, let's offset to the inside, again type HA for hatch and hatch inside as well, perfect. Let's again spacebar to reactivate the previous command and hatch here for our car park area, and let's find somehow a nice paving stone. I think, yeah, this one is nice. Okay, and somehow you see the scale is too big, so let's adjust the scale for it and the color. Let's choose this gray, mid-gray color here, and the scale is set to 100 because previously for our wood we specified it to be 100. So let me click on it and let's type 25, still too big. Let's type 5 for its scale, much better. And now let's go to angle and rotate it by 90 degrees. Yes, now it's much, much better. I think for our landscape layer, I'm supposed to even choose another color, okay? So somehow let's go for this color, or let's find something better. I'm still not, or let's choose a color here. Yeah, I think this color should work fine. Okay, this color, we will choose it, hit OK. Yeah, it works very well with our drawing. Much better visibility, and I think it suits more our landscape drawing. So let's choose our hatch, click on it, and I think the scale is too big. Let me go to 50. Yeah, now the scale of it feels correct. Yeah, it feels correct. Much better. And let's see what else remains here. We need to cut out the place for our garage door. our entrance door. And what else? Yes, we need to create a specific layer for our stairs. So let's create a layer and call it stair. Double click to activate it. Let's choose, for example, let's go to the index color and find, I think this color here should work fine. Okay. While it's activated, let me quickly delete this one and move this one here a bit closer till here. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. We have the stair layer activated. We will go to layer and change to current. Yep, much better. And by the way, let's select our 4 lines. And as you see, always layer have some staircase have some part of extrusion at their beginning. So we'll type copy and move it by 3 units. Enter. Yes. And let's select these ones and go to line type and choose this AutoCAD.isospace or hidden. Yeah, hidden, because it's hidden below the staircase. And what I actually mean by this, let me quickly explain it to you. So whenever we have a stair drawn like this, okay, I'm doing it randomly. You know, always we have something like this, and I don't know what's called. Okay. So we are drawing actually this line here. We have this line, and we will draw this one as a hidden line. Okay. So let's see what else remains here. I think let's quickly type PL for polyline. Let's activate the landscape line and draw around here, create the boundary for the hatch as well, because we want to hatch the location for our entrance as well. We did so. Let us move it out to hatch it more easily. Let's activate outdoor hatch. Double click here, and now HA for hatch, enter. Let's click inside. And now I would like this hatch here to be repeated here with the same settings and properties. So MA, we will find much properties. Now, as you see, AutoCAD asks us, select source object. We will select the source object, select destination object, and we do select the destination object. And as you see, it adopted the same settings of our hatch here. Okay, so select all, enter for move, and let's move, click on this and put it to its location. Perfectly fine. And by the way, to make sure that people don't fall off here, okay, we need to create here somehow a rail. So let's create a new layer and call it rail. Give it a color. Let's go for orange, or this one. I think let's go for orange. Okay. And type PL for polyline. And let's draw a line from here till here. Perfect. And sorry, it was on the outdoor hatch. Okay, I forgot to activate the rail layer. So I'll simply double click to activate the rail layer. Select the line which I just drew. Go to layer and find this one, change to current layer, and perfect. And as you know, rails have like a 5 centimeter thickness. So offset 5, enter. And so we have created our rail as well. Perfect. So now I think we are done with our side drawing, except I think we should also hatch here our, our paving stones. Okay, so to add more detail and beauty to our floor plan. So especially later on for presentation purposes. So HA for hatch, make sure outdoor hatch is activated. And let's simply click inside. And by the way, don't worry right now, we will use a solid. Okay, and let's hatch here inside of our paving stones. Perfect. One more thing, I will go to hatch transparency and add transparency to it until I think 80 should work fine. Much better. Much better. Okay. So now let's move on. Okay. And now let's see what remains. Yes. Let's HA for hatch. Let's also hatch here our boundary wall as well. And as you see, it goes all the way even inside to our house. So Control Z. Let's move out and see this time if it works. HA for hatch. And let's click inside. Yes. You see, this time it does not spread inside here of our floor plan because we moved out and all of our floor plan was visible. So MA for match properties, make sure we select source object, then we select our destination object, and perfectly fine. We also hatched our boundary wall as well. And sorry, the outdoor hatch was activated. Yeah, it's correct. It's on the outdoor hatch. I thought I did a mistake. And let's type UNH for unhide or unisolate object and bring back our library. Now let's select our car here, type BL for block and give it name like car. Okay. Now CO for copy, and let's copy our car. Let's disable ortho mode by hitting F8 and move our car here. Perfectly fine. And the only thing I think which remains for now is I forgot to add stairs here. And also we will need to open our garage door and our entrance door. So let me do that very quickly. I will go back to boundary wall, double click. Perfect. L enter. Let me click create a line here. Now offset from this point to this point here. Great. And now let's select this, type TR for trim. Let me trim out this part of our hatch and also this line here and also this line here of our boundary wall. Now let me select the hatch. And as you see, we are a bit short of it. Sorry. Yep. We are a bit short of it. So I would delete it. I select my car H for height and then again HA for hatch. Click inside and let's find again our paving stone. Perfect. Now UNH for unhide and we get our car back. We create an opening for our car door entrance, REC for rectangle, and let's simply create a slide door. Yeah, from here. So this should, and let's change it, or let's create C for circle and let's create here some sort of circle to represent randomly. Okay. Now let's select it and go for door, double click, and in layers we will choose change to current. Okay, so this will be a slide door, and let me select it and open it a little bit to make it more clear that this is a door. And let's move a bit. Perfect. Or a bit more even. Very quickly, let me select and move. Very good. So now we have our slide door here as well. And S for stretch, enter. And I will select this part, deselect what I have selected accidentally. And I will go from here. I think, let me enable ortho mode. Till here. Perfect. Now the hatch selected, choose a point, drag it back to its location. Now, let me bring these to, or one door is enough, I think. Yeah. Copy. Let's copy it to here. R, O for rotate. Let's rotate it around. Perfect. Select it. MI for mirror. Choose a point. Perfect. Select both of the door. M for move. And make sure it's exactly at the center of the paving stone. Perfect. And the last thing, REC for rectangle. And let's create another wall here. So we have something where the door is attached to. And S for stretch. Let's stretch this part also back until it meets the door. Also the hatch as well. And MA for match properties. We select our boundary wall and select this one. And then we type HA for hatch. Hatch as well. Here, this column. Again, MA for match properties, select this type of hatch, and let's select inside of this part of the newly created wall. The last thing, the very last thing, let's click here or let's click on one of our staircase lines, make current. So as you see, it directly activated the staircase layer. So let's type L, enter, move from here to here, and let's offset. We have here 4 stairs, so we need to offset 4 times 30. Now 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 staircase lines. Select all this. GR for trim, and let's trim out these hatches here. Very good. And let's select these. Again, CO for copy, and let's copy by 3 centimeters. Enter. Now, MA for match properties. Again, let's choose this line here, and let's adapt these ones also to the same line type and there. Very good. The last thing which remains is we need also to draw our railing. So we will make sure rail is active, and simply let's type L, enter, so people are not falling to the other side. And by the way, we could also do something else. Let's activate back the staircase, and let's draw a line from here and type 30, enter, to have somehow a beautiful corner stair. I think it will, and then 60, enter. And then from this one also 90, enter. Perfect. So we have a corner stair. And let's move our car a bit to the outside, so it's not this close to our stairs. We can again select this part, PR for trim, and let's trim it out from, so it's not overlapping the staircase, these hatches. Now, again, offset 3 centimeters, enter. Okay, so we create again the hidden line. F for fillet, enter. Now let's fillet these lines here in order to close these gaps. Now again, MA for match properties. Let's click this line and go over it. Perfect. Now let's see, I think this line here, click on it and choose this vertex and move it till here. No more needed to be this match. This one here until this point. Sorry, one more time. Yes, perfect. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Here we have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we need this one as well. So I will continue from this and type 120, enter. Offset 3, enter. Now F for fillet this line to this line here. MA for match properties, this one and this one. Perfect. And now people come all the way here. The only location we need to draw a rail, so double click here. So people do not, when they walk here, they don't fall off here, because you know all this location here will be higher compared to this part here of our drawing. And later on we will also add levels. We will draw levels for our floor plan. So REC for rectangle, and let's make sure we draw a rail from here to here. Perfect. Okay, so now let's move on to our elevation drawing. So let's start with our elevation drawing. Before that, I think that these axis lines and our dimensions will somehow interfere with the process of our elevation drawing. So in other words, they will bother us. So let's quickly type LA for layer, hit enter, and let's hide what's currently for us unnecessary, and later on at any point we can bring them back. So first of all, I want to hide everything that's on the axis layer, and I would like also to hide everything that's on the dim layer, and also everything that's on my text layer. So now I have a clean drawing where I can start to draw our elevation. Before we start to draw the elevation, let's understand what actually an elevation drawing is. Imagine you are standing here and looking in this direction to our house, okay? Like this. So, imagine you are standing here and looking to our house, and we will start to draw this elevation here in a parallel view in 2D form, okay? So, let me delete this for now, and slowly you will understand what actually an elevation drawing in AutoCAD is and how we actually draw it. So, we will type XL, enter to draw a construction line, and draw, okay, let me before that activate layer 0 and type XL to activate the construct line command. So I will draw from this point to this point. Okay, these construct lines, we will call them guidelines, as they will help us to find the different location of our facade. So where will we draw exactly these construct lines or these guidelines? Let me explain that. Whenever we have a material change, for example, here we have wall, and then we will have a window, we will draw a guideline in the point between them where the material changed from wall to window. And we also will draw a guideline from anywhere we get a level change. For example, here, the wall, if we would be standing here, this wall would be closer and this door here would be further away from us. So we will get a level change. Okay, so we have our first guideline. We will type CO for copy, enter, and then we will copy one here. Why? Because here we have wall and then here we have window. The window continues and then we will become a wall. Again, we will draw a guideline. Here we will draw one even though there is no material change, but we have a level change. Then the wall continues and here we will draw one because from wall we will go to door. And then here our door ends, we will again draw a guideline. Here again one because we have a level change. Did you draw one? I think, yep, we did. So then we will draw one, each one for a stair, because you know stairs have different heights. So again, level change. And here we will continue, everything is wall, wall, wall until we reach this point here. Again, we will draw one. Then we will see the staircases until this point here. Great. Why? Our stair, again, one click for the stair. Again, here we have a stair, and again, here we will have another stair. So then we continue, we will see the car, no level changes, and till we meet the very end where we have actually our end of the site. So now we have our main guidelines. Let's activate the wall layer and start to draw the boundary of our wall, of our house, first of all. So we will type PL, or simply let's type L, enter. This is our base floor from here till here. Okay, let me activate ortho mode, and then I will start to draw, and again another line here, and I know the height of my house will be 320 centimeters, so 3.2 meters. Enter, and I will move until this line here because here my house ends. Click from here and close. Perfect. Now we have the base outline for our house, and let's start what actually is inside our house here. So until here we have nothing but wall, as you see here. Okay, then we will meet our window. So to draw our window, let's activate window here and type L, enter, or let's type offset. And I want my windows from the base floor to be raised by, let's say, or should we draw windows all the way till the bottom? Or I think let's for now, and later on we will see how it looks and we can still adjust it. Let's move, offset this line here, offset. I want my windows for now, at least for now, to be raised from the floor by 40 units. So I type 40, enter, offset. From the ceiling, from the top, or from the, imagine you are inside the house, from the ceiling, how much I want to be offsetted? I think we should go for 60 for now, and enter. So now we have the boundary for our window. The window layer is active. and let's type PL for polyline or simply REC for rectangle and draw a rectangle from here till here. Perfect. Let's continue by typing L, enter, and draw the cut of our window. Good. Now let's draw the frame for our window. Offset 5, enter, or 10, enter, 10 to the inside. Again, offset 5 to the right and 5 to the left. And let's delete the center one and select all the window. TR for trim, enter, and let's trim out. And so we have drawn our first window in elevation. Great. Now if we continue here, we have nothing but the wall. Until we meet here, this point, yes, it continues to be a wall, but we have a level change. So what we are going to do, here and here, we will draw L, enter. We will activate the wall layer and continue to draw from this point to this point and one from this point to this point. Great. And here we have our door, okay? Between these two lines, we have here our door. So let's activate our door layer, REC for rectangle, and let's draw a door from this point to this point. And why exactly between these square? If we move up exactly between these two lines, I want to make sure we understand what we are drawing as elevation. Here we have one door and two doors, and now we will draw two doors in elevation. So we have already drawn their outline. Let's type offset 10 units to have a frame. Great. Then L, enter. Let's separate our two doors. Okay. And then offset 5, enter, 5 to the right and 5 to the left. Delete this one. And so we have here door number 1 and door number 2. Let me select all this. Type TR for trim. Great. We have drawn our first door in elevation. Okay. And actually in real life, dim align it. If I choose from this point to this point here, my door height is 260. So 2 meters and 60 centimeters. In real life, actually, doors are 220, 230, 240. I raised it a bit more to 260 in order to be beautiful aligned with the height of my window. So the endpoint of my door is the same as the endpoint of my window. And that would make elevations, I think, more beautiful to have somehow alignment in the drawing. So let me delete this dimension. E, enter for erase. And then REC for rectangle. Let me draw one door handle here. MI for mirror. And sorry, L. Let me find the midpoint. And then MI for mirror. Select the object. Spacebar. And mirror it to the other side as well. And so we have drawn our door in elevation. Let's continue and see what we have here. We have here our staircase. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 staircases we do have. Okay. So PL, enter. Let me activate stair. Great. And let me start to draw from this line here. And by the way, how do stairs look from elevation? So if we are looking at the side of the stair, imagine something like this will be our stair, okay? This is going to be how a stair looks in elevation when we look at it from the side. And actually, yes, we are looking from the side of the stair. This is the direction, and we are seeing this part here of our staircase. So, and let me Control Z. And by the way, this is the landing and this is the riser. And usually the landing standard is 30 centimeters. And the riser for stairs is 15 to 17.5 centimeters. Okay. So for places like kindergarten, we usually use 15 centimeters. For commercial office buildings, we use 17, 16 according to our need. Does not matter a lot. For our drawing, as it's a house and it will be visited by children and adults, we will use 15 centimeters. Okay. So PL for polyline. Now, the riser, we will go down by 15, enter. And then, as you see, we already drew the landing previously, 30. Again, 15 down, 30. again 15 down, enter, and close it. And let's make sure we will need one more time, 15 down, perfect. So stair 1, stair 2, stair 3, and here we will have stair 4, okay? And we will come to it right now. So this will be here at the end of our stair will be our level 0. So let's create a new line and call it level 0 elevation. And let's give it a red color. Perfect. XL. Sorry, let me activate it. And XL, enter. Sorry, XL, enter. One more time. And this will be our level 0. Okay, so this is unnecessary for now. Let me lock it so we don't accidentally delete it. Our level 0, and why is this level 0? We usually start to take everything as level 0, for example, from the outside. And in reality, we will have a slope, but no matter, we will ignore it here, level 0, and staircase each time, for example, here, 15, 30, 45, 60. So in total, 4 stairs multiplied by 15 centimeters of risers, and we have 4 rise, 1 rise, 2 rise, 3 rise, 4 rise. It will make the height of the house compared to level 0, 60 centimeters is our house elevated. So level 0, and let's continue to draw. What do we have? All the way till here, only wall. And for now, let me actually hide this. And let's see how our elevation looks. So far, great. And we forgot here to draw these 2 lines. And which one exactly I mean? This line and this line, okay? Because we have here an elevation change. Cut out. Even though this is wall and this is also wall, but we have, you see, a level change. So we will simply select these 2, type MI for mirror, enter. And let's mirror it to the other side as well. So now let's continue and see what we have. Until we meet this line, we have nothing. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 stairs. So again, we will activate the stair layer and type L, enter, and draw from here till here, and then offset, and then 15. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, not right. So I think here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's correct. I calculated this one as well. So erase. I have to delete it. Sorry, this is not a stair. 1, 2, 3, including this one, 4. And currently, let me hide this and offset 15 centimeters. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? Okay. So we draw again 4 stairs here as we are seeing them here from this side in elevation, not like this one. Again, yeah, we drew the risers to be 15 centimeters as here, but their viewing side is different. Here we are viewing it from here, and here we are seeing it from this direction. So I hope you can imagine actually what we were drawing. So let me unhide for now, and let's continue. We have 4 stairs. Great. This is unnecessary anymore because this was here in order to tell us the location of our window. We used for our window. We can delete this and this one as well. So we drew our 4 stairs, and let's remain this corner for our staircase. So the first one, we will simply move it till here. The second one till here. The third one till here. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. And now we can delete this one as well. And we can delete this one as well. No need for them. delete the end of the house, and we will keep only this one, and let me draw one to exactly know where the ends of our houses are. So for here, okay, for our stairs, you see our wall line. Let's activate wall, L enter, and close it here. And let's activate stair. Great. And let's close our stair here as well to make it more clear for you guys, and perfectly drawn. Now, let's see if we need, I think for right now, we don't need this stair here. Great. Let's go back to our library. We will see our car, right? So we select our car, type BL for block, and call it simply car in elevation. Hit OK. Select the car. Okay, I think my AutoCAD got stuck for a second. Excuse me. Yeah, we are back. So CO for copy, and let's copy our car. Select it. CO for copy. Enter. Copy it. Let me disable the ortho mode. And let's move our car here and adjust it perfectly to the level 0. Okay. So here we have a pathway, but we won't see it because it's exactly on level 0, like it's flat. We cannot see it, okay? And then what we are going to see, I think, nothing. Unless also we will see here this railing here, and also here, by the way, we have a floor, raise it for the house, in front of the house. So what we are going to do, excuse me for a second, let's create a new layer and call it deck. I don't know what it is exactly. So let me give it a color, brown color. Okay. And let's double click to activate it. And we know this will be raised how much? 60 centimeter. And PL, enter. I think this should be 60. Perfect. And let's enable ortho mode one more time, and this one here, so let me type XL very quickly, as our deck from here is, or our pre-entrance or our foyer area, this one here which we hatched as a wood will be till this line here. So I will delete this, simply type REC for rectangle and draw a line from here till here. Okay, now we need to draw our railing. Here we have a railing, right? So let's activate the rail layer and PL, and actually rails, what this rail does, as you know here, it will be plus 60 centimeter, raise it. It protects someone to fall down till here. Okay, so that's why we need here a rail. So we move on, and yeah, here PL for polyline, enter. We will move by 100 centimeters, so 1 meter, create our rail, and the rail goes all the way till here. Okay, and let us close it. So, and right now let me hide my door, and also let me hide my window as they fall back, and also let me hide these two lines here temporarily. And let's create here our rail offset 5 centimeter to the inside. Now let me draw here, or explode this one, explode, and let me draw here, or let me copy simply these two, or yeah, I think offset 1 meter, 100 centimeter for 1 meter, and then offset 5, enter. Good. And now let me simply select this and type, or move it here simply from the start point. Much better. Select 1, 2, and type array path. Select path curve, this one. And now the distance between them, let's choose 100. Much better. Good. Enter. Now X for explode. as I want to delete this one. Good. And now let me type HA for hatch and hatch inside. And now I will show you a trick, okay? So we have hatched, and imagine this is a rail with columns, small columns for our rail to hold this bar. And here it will be glass. So we will choose solid, and let's choose blue color, and already transparency is applied. So let me reduce it to 60. It's important to apply transparency, and that's why, because let's do unhide to see this line here, this part of our line of our window as it falls behind our hatches. Let me select them all and type draw order and select them to back. Okay. So what we do, we send these lines here behind our hatch, and we could simply lower the hatch transparency to, let's say, 25 to make them even less visible. So imagine if we would select it and let's go to 10. Yeah, this makes the wall, the windows slightly, and even here our doors slightly visible. And why is that? Because actually they fall behind our railing here. So let's continue to draw. Let's give it one beautiful material and type HA for hatch and hatch here our wall. Okay. And by the way, sometimes it takes a lot of time to hatch. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I will simply select this with this line here, copy, or these two lines with this line here and this line. Okay, if it takes too long to hatch, move it out, then simply HA for hatch, and let's hatch it. You see it gets much more easier. And now CO for copy, and copy it here. And then for this area as well, let's see if it's doing it. Yep, perfect. Okay, so now let me choose a fine color for it. Solid, I want it to be solid, and go to more colors. And then here to color books. And let's choose a nice color for it. Let me see if I find one. You can choose your own. I think I will choose this one. And select both of them and choose the transparency to be 0. Looks good for now, at least. And then I would select both, CO for copy, and then copying them at the exact location. Okay, so I have multiple hatches. And then I will simply change the hatch type to these bricks here, change the color to something brighter, and the scale to 100, too big, the scale to 20, better, 5. I think it's good, but on which layer have we drawn this? Let me select it. Why do they have line weight? Yeah, they are on the line layer, on the wall layer, and the wall layer has thickness. So let's create a new one and call it hatch elevation. Okay, let's double click to activate it. L for line. Let's draw a simple line. MA. Select source object and then our two destination objects. Looks much better. I think we need to make them a bit larger. Let's go for 7. I think that would work better. Exactly. And let's select them and change the color to, light gray or darker gray. Yeah, I think light gray is fine. And let me try to find a better color for my hatch. More colors. Let me find something darker. Let me see if I can find something darker. Nope. I need something darker compared to what we have right now. I think let's go up one more. 526, I think, is already the one we are working with. 516, let's see how that one looks. Yeah, I think much better. Okay. So, and for these two hatches, let's create some transparency. at 35. Yeah, looks much better. Okay. Now we need to hatch here our canopy, which comes out from this side. And we also need to draw a line, which will be later on visible in our side plan for our canopy. It comes out also from this side here as well. Okay. So let's do hatch on the elevation hatch. Let's keep it activated and start to hatch. And let's see, as you see, it takes a lot of time to hatch it. So what I always do when I get escape, copy the two lines. Let me copy them outside and activate wall layer, L enter, and let me close these two. Great. And this time if I do hatch, works much better. And let me change the color to dark gray and the hatch transparency to 0. So I'll select only the hatch, CO for copy, choose this point as a reference. And as you see, I did not copy the outline of it, okay? We don't need it. And we put it in place. Perfect. Another problem is they look too similar, okay? I need them to be clearly visible. So I select these two. I think I will go back to this color. Yeah, perfect. So I will select this and type draw order and send them to the back in order to get these two lines here back. As you see previously, this line here was not visible. So let's see what else we have. And I think our window in this elevation does not look very beautiful. Before that, let me select these two door handles, move them up a bit. And also, yeah, my window, I would go back to my plan, type S for stretch, select this part, and let me stretch it to the left side by 40 units, or let's say 50, I think, yeah. Great. S for stretch, enter, and let me stretch this one on this side here as well, and type 50, enter. Looks much better. I want a bigger window. XL for to again get guidelines. Great. Okay. So now I would select this hatch, hide. Let me select this one as well, and again hide them. And let me bring them up to this line here. Okay. S for stretch, and stretch it to this point here. And let me stretch it to the ends. I want a bigger window especially for that bedroom. Okay. Move this by 60. Great. And let me check L, the dimension for this side here. It's 95. So offset 95. Exploded. Offset 95. Great. Offset 10. Enter. Great. TR for trim. And now let me delete this and this one as well and choose unhide. Much better. And now let me hide, hatch my windows here as well. And MA for match properties. Select this one, source and object. Now I need to hatch my wall here as well. And also the base, okay, of my house. HA for hatch. So what I am going to do, PL or simply HA for hatch. Let's see how it's doing. Great. And by the way, let's enable hatch elevation, hatch here. Choose a hatch transparency of 0. Great. And let's make it darker. Now, again here. And let's hatch here as well. Great. Okay. So let's see what's remaining. And by the way, in elevation, we would be also, because this part here is higher, as you see, we go there with stairs, and we have also here a railing as well. So what we are going to do, L, we will activate the wall layer, draw a line from here till here, Okay, and as you see, it already got behind the car. If not, type draw order and back, and it will get behind the car. So let's activate the rail layer and L enter. Let's move up by 1 meters or 100 centimeters till the here. Okay, and simply let's draw a line. And sorry, we don't need this line here, and type offset 5. Great. And then array. No, let me select these two and then type array. Choose array path. Choose this path here, and let's type this time 160. Enter. Great. Let me explode this. Then offset 5 downwards. This one here as well. And let me select all and trim out the intersections. And then I think, and what is, we cannot draw the swimming pool in elevation that is not visible to the eye, because what we will actually see is this rail here. Okay, our glass rail. Great. We will select the car and type draw and bring it to the front. Perfect. Or simply let's hide it for now and type HA for hatch and make sure we get a glass rail here. Choose, now as we have hatched it, MA for match properties. Choose this one and hatch it. Now unhide. Perfect. Looks much better. And let's continue. What else we have? We will need to hatch here as well. Let's give it a plaster, white plaster. So hatch. Let me choose this color here. Very good. For our wall here as well. Great. And now I will select it and type CO for copy. Choose this point and then go back to the same point to create a copy at the exact location for the hatch. Now select the hatch and let's go for something different like this one, and let's see. Yeah, it will. Let's choose 5. And now let's choose a darker gray. Draw order. Front. Perfect. Looks much better. Okay. The only thing remaining now, we have to hatch this area here as well. So let me hide our car. HA for hatch. And let's choose here. And by the way, we need to be on hatch elevation. L. So MA for match properties. Select source object. Select destination object. And now it's back to hatch elevation. Let me see for this one. On which layer it is. It's on the rail layer. So again, I will need type MA. Draw a simple line. MA for match property, select source object, select destination object. And now if I select it, it's back on the hatch elevation, but I need to adjust its property. Okay, so I will, select it and select a simple, yeah, good. So this one, let's see on which layer we draw hatch elevation, good, MA, and perfect. Okay, so now what remains is simply let's draw the levels and the dimensions. For that purpose, for now, let me also bring back my axis. Great. Now let's select this one. Okay, what's this? Yeah, I don't need it, delete it. Let me select these here for the axis lines. Copy, choose this point here and move it to this location here to get our axis lines back for our elevation. And as you see, they are very well aligned. The end of the house, axis A, the end of the house, axis E, and let's check here, the end of the house, axis A, the end of the house, axis E, and that's why we also guess, or it's very easy predictable that these one are also perfectly aligned to the house. As you see, axis B and C are close to our door, and let's see here, Perfect. Okay. So I think let's stretch this one a little bit up. No need for them to be this long. Great. And now let's add the levels to our house. Create a new layer and call it level. Enter. Let's find a dark blue color for them. Okay. And L, enter. Let's type, I think, 50. And this one, we should change it actually to by layer. Okay. Activate the level layer. And let's draw here a simple triangle, 60. And then 50. And then to other side, 50. And simply create our triangle. Great. Now, let's move on by 30 and draw a line by 200. Good. Very good. And I think, yeah, it's too big. Scale. So select all, SC for scale, and now scale it by 0.5. Good. Very good. Now let's do HA for hatch and hatch it while still on the level layer. Okay. And you can choose actually your layers as you wish to. It does not matter, and even the colors. And now I will type text, draw, so TAXT for text, and then draw a line here, specify text height 50, enter, rotation angle 0, enter, and let's type 0.00. Great. Let's move it a little bit up. And I think our text is too big, way too big, so we will select it and type PR for properties and go here to text height and choose instead 35, enter. Much better. Great. So here we have level 0. Oh, sorry, I think I pressed too many buttons. So enter, move it here, 0. Now, here we have a level change, right? So we will draw another line. Okay. Select these. Copy. Let's copy it to this point here. I think before that, let me delete it. And I will stretch it simply in the order not to. S for stretch, enter. And I will bring it down to this point here. And now let me select all, or mirror it, by the way, to have the dimensions to the outer side. Yes. And now let's start our levels. So select everything, CO for copy, enter, and copy it to here. And the height of this, if this is 0, 0, this should be 60, because why? We have 4 stairs, 15, 30, 45, 60. So this will be plus 0.60, okay? Because we actually draw or type levels in meters. So let's see where else we have a level. We have here as well for the top of our house. Okay, so let's draw here and copy this line. Copy it to, let's say, 1 here. Good. 1 here and 1 here. Okay, so we will select this, copy to this point. And if you remember, we added here 100 centimeters. So let's take a dimension to make sure we are correct. Yep. So this will become 1.60 meters high in elevation. Now let's copy all this again. So here, and let's see how much this one is. So we will take a dimension from 0, 0 to that line, 400. Perfect. So this will become +4. So for this one here, let's delete it and instead type it here. So all the way from here Okay, let's move this one, select it, copy till here, and let's type for it. Let's take a dimension from level 00, 620. So we'll type here 6.20. Perfect. And so we do have our elevations. Let me align this one here as well, and let's see if they are, yeah, they are not mixing up. I think they are readable very well. Great. The only thing we need to do, I will select these lines here. Okay. And from line type, here, line type, I will choose the AutoCAD dash, okay, and still keep them on the level layer. The level layer by default is on continuous, and by a change, I still keep it on the level layer, but I change it, or it's almost time to restart. Oh, okay, sorry for this one, not now. So even though these lines here are on the level 00, so let me hide it. Okay, you see they disappear. Okay. But the thing is, I changed the property for these ones here. By the way, I think I forgot to MA for hatch. Select this one. So these ones also get on the layer 0, on the level layer. Okay. One more time, I have to select these and go to level and change to AutoCAD.dash. So one more thing. Here we have a couple of dimensions. Let's copy them and see if we got everything right. So these were the axis dimensions. One more time, sorry, keep the same distance. Select these dimensions, CO for copy, and choose this point as a reference point to keep the same distance between the two dimension lines, only for aesthetic purposes. And let's see, it works perfectly fine. We got everything correct. We will add also here, we will copy this, CO for copy, and add here also our because this is plus 0.60. And to make things more clear, so for the guy on the side, he's not getting confused. Let's also add one here to make sure he understands that 0.0. And let's type unhide to bring back our car. Now draw order, and let's bring it to the front. Great. And I think we can change the color of these ones to something more light. Yeah, much better. And the last thing, let's add a couple of trees to our drawing. Let's select them. Type B for block, T1 for tree 1, okay. And let's copy this one from here to here. Let's type SC for scale, make it a bit bigger. Yep. And let's also for this one, select it and type B for block. And let's type T2 for tree 2. Okay, you can give it any labeling as you wish. And let's add one here. Okay. And now let's select it and type scale and make it bigger. And let's type draw order and send it to the back. Okay. Perfect. Let me choose this one and have transparency 0. This one as well, it should be 0. Okay. Or, yeah, I think a better location would be here. Yeah, much better. Much better to keep it here. Otherwise, we would have, or we could simply HA for hatch. And let's go to elevation hatch, double click. Let's hatch these ones here as well and give it a dark gray color. Let's hatch our rails as well, so that otherwise, if you don't hatch, the tree gets visible. Okay, and this should be the hatch for our rail, even though we have many cuts here. Okay, so that our tree does not get visible behind the hatch. Okay, so now we will change this one also, hatch layer to 0. Okay, and now let's copy this tree one more time and see how it looks. or we have it here already. Okay, let's move it. Perfect, much better. Select this one, make one more copy to the other side. Very good. And let's see if we have any pupil in elevation. Great. So we will choose this guy and type BL for block and type pupil, ELE for elevation. Great, and hit OK. Then CO for copy, and let's copy this guy here to our elevation as well. So let us drop him here. Okay, or let him put him here, and then MI for mirror, erase source object, yes, M, enter for move, and let us put him here, so like pretending he is having a look at his swimming pool. Okay, so that was it for our elevation drawing. I think this is extra, and now let's move on to our section drawing. And the only part then after the section drawing which will be remaining will be creating the layout, which is very, very important and very useful. I hope you stay tuned till then and you watch this part as well. I'm sure you will benefit of it, especially later on in your professional career. Okay, let's continue to our section part. So let's move on to the final part of our AutoCAD course and start to draw a section for our floor plan. We will draw a section from here. And what actually a section means, it's almost the same as the elevation, with the difference that we will even cut through walls. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do, let's for now select our library and type H and find hide objects. In order to hide our furniture library, we don't need it right now. And also let's again hide everything that's on the axis layer, on the dim layer, and also on the text layer. And it's the current layer, so let me activate the wall layer for now and hide the text layer, also already hidden. Okay, great. So now let's draw. For the first thing, before we start to draw the section, we actually need to draw a section line. How we do so? We create a new layer and type section line. Okay, now let's find some good properties for it. Let's choose a color to distinguish it from the rest of our drawing. Let's give it a dark green color. Hit OK. Let's expand our layer properties manager and change the line from continuous to ISO, to dash.2x. Okay, you can find it here, load, and then you find the ISO dash.2x. Okay, which is a dashed line with a dot. Again, dashed line with a dot. So we will use this line type for our section. Hit OK. And then for the line thickness, it's already set to 0.3 millimeters, which is fine for now. Okay, let's activate the section line and start to draw from where actually we want to have our section. I think this location here is fine. So we will type L, enter, and draw a section line from here till here. Okay, now we also need these ones to show the direction of our section. So CO for copy, enter, and let's copy it to the other side as well. Now, the section head, in order to draw it, we type circle. And let's create a circle of 25 units. Let's zoom out. I think, yep, it's fine. And move it up. So, text, enter, specify text height. This much we will specify it randomly. Specify rotation angle of text, 0, enter, and let's type A. So because we need to give our section a name, M, select the text, M, enter for move, and bring it here to the center. It's a bit too small. We will fix it right now. Before that, let's finish to type. Let's finish the section head drawing. So L, enter for line, and let's draw a line from here. Let's enable ortho mode, type 45 to this side, 45 to the right side, and then 45 up. Okay, and let's close it to create this triangle here. And let's delete for now everything that is extra. Okay, that we don't need actually. Okay, so we have finished the section head. Only thing remains, the text is too small. You can simply type SC for scale and scale it by 2. You see it becomes twice as big. Okay, one more time, if I was too fast, we simply select the text, SC for scale, enter, click anywhere and type 2 to make it twice as big, and perfect, we have scaled it. So let's copy the head of the section to the other side. And so we have done our section line drawing. The only thing remaining is, for our section line is we don't see the line type unless we zoom in a lot. So we will select it, choose select similar, and it will select everything that is similar to this line. Also the circle, let's select it. Okay, and type PR for properties, enter, and here in line type scale, let's go for 15. Zoom out, looks much better. Okay, so now let's start to draw our section and see what else remains to do, and then we will move on to the layout and sum up our AutoCAD course. I highly recommend to stay tuned. The remaining part is also important. So to draw the section, what we actually do, we'll go to here, level 0. Okay, double click to activate it, and we will type XL and draw the base of our section. This is step 1. Step 2 for now is I would copy this part, okay, to here, and I will show you one trip to draw a section. Okay, so I will draw XL from the section line. Great. And now I would select all and type TR for trim and trim out everything that I don't need here to draw. Okay, everything that I won't need to draw in the section, I will simply cut it. So it will be even better for you. I think the section will become more clear. So I have cut it almost everything, I think. Let me delete the unnecessary parts. Okay, great. So let me delete these two furniture as well. So now if I would delete this, you see exactly where we are going to cut, and we will draw the elevation, the section of this part. So this will be our section. Now the only thing remaining for us is to flip it. Imagine you stand here and you see this part the same as the elevation, but with the only difference, we are also cutting through walls. So I deleted I deleted everything down because it was somehow interfering with our section. Like this, it's much easier for us. So let me activate the layer 0, XL, to find the end, to perfectly align my cutted part. So let me move it to here. Great. Okay, so now you see they are perfectly back aligned. Okay, and let me start to draw the section. We will activate the wall. And before that, again, one more time, layer 0, activate XL to find the end of my house as well. Now PL for polyline, or simply L for line, while the wall layer is active. And I know the height of my house will be 320, enter. And let me close it. Great. And so I have the boundary of my house. Now, we need to type this time. Again, we will go through with the guidelines, and this time we will copy them again when we find a material change and when we find a level change, and also whenever we cut through the walls. So here we cut through a wall, copy. From wall to window, material change. From window to wall, material change. Here we are cutting through walls. Here we will see a material change. Here we are again cutting through a wall. And here we see again a material change, and so on. Here we are cutting through a wall. So these are all our guidelines. So let me do offset now and 20 units to offset my ceiling here, and also the base for my house down. So let me check, dim, align it. let me check if you are right. The inside part of the house is 320. We will find the base floor and the ceiling slab. Let's go to our elevation and check if we are right. So here was supposed to be our base floor, and here is the top, 320. Great. So we found the same dimension, and here we have a 20 centimeter for the canopy. Oh, sorry. Yep. The 20 centimeter for the canopy, and it will be the exact location also for our ceiling slab. Okay. And the base of our floor is included in this part here. So that's why we offset the 20 down. Okay. So now to our walls, we have this wall here, copy, and copy to here. Good. Now here we have a window. And by the way, when we talk about the window, remember we had this window here previously. And as you see, we already adjusted it in the plan in the front elevation. So let me type XL, enter. And let me change the size of the two bedrooms to be the same. Okay. The size of the windows. So S for stretch. Let me adjust this window. So have somehow unified window sizes. So again, S for stretch, enter. And now I'm adjusting the window size so that I get this window here for this bedroom to be the same size as the window of this bedroom here. Okay. So perfect. Here as well, S, enter for stretch, and let's adjust it. S for stretch again, and let's stretch this part here as well. And now let's see what else we have here. So now, if you see here our section, we are not cutting through the window, but we will see the window as in elevation. We are not cutting through it, but again, we are seeing it in elevation. So that's why we will take this window here of ours. Okay. Or let me check. Yeah. If I can select it like this, great. We have selected it, and CO for copy. And let's choose this point here and move all the way down. And I think we brought some unnecessary stuff with us. Yep, this one. No need for them. And as you see, it sits perfectly. And why did we copy it? Because previously we were drawing the elevation of our facade here, and we saw this window in elevation. And now the same, even though we are looking from the inside of the house and drawing a section, but still we are not cutting this window, and we will see it as an elevation. I hope I am clear with my explanation. So we did not have to redraw the window. Instead, we simply copy it. So now let's move on. Here we again are cutting a wall. So we will copy and simply copy to this location here, one time here and one time here, because we are cutting through the wall. And here again, we are cutting through this part of the wall. Okay. Now the only thing remaining, yeah, here we have a window. Good. So let's see if we can copy this window. And here we also have a window, right? So let me find the height of the bathroom window. Okay, great. Now I will activate the window layer, type REC for rectangle, and create a rectangle here for my bathroom. Okay, so we will draw a window here. And now, sorry, offset 10, enter. Great. Now, let's see if we have hatch elevation. Yep. HA for hatch inside. Great. So now MA for match properties, select source object, select destination object. So this is our bathroom door. Don't worry, right now it's looking a bit confusing, and right now when we delete these lines, it will become more clear. So here as well, we have a window between these two lines. So we have to draw one. Let me simply now move these two lines. Yep. EX for extend. These are, by the way, we will delete them right now. They are only here to guide us. Let's activate again window, REC for rectangle. Move from here till here. Now offset 10 is fine for the frame. L, enter for line, and draw a line at the center of the window to create the frame for it. Offset 5, enter, 5 to the right, 5 to the left, and let's delete this one here as well. And now let's select it and select all, type TR for trim, and let's trim out these parts. Great. And again, HA for hatch, enter. Let's enable hatch elevation and hatch here and here as well. And the only thing remains again, MA for match properties, one of my favorite commands. Select source object, select destination object. So as you see, it has the same color, and even it will get to the same layer. And this is not on the, it's on the rail layer. Okay. So we select them. And I think even our source was on the rail layer. Let's see. Yeah, all of them are on the rail layer, unfortunately. Okay, so we select all of them. We have the hatch elevation active. And then we go to layers and choose this one, change to current layer. And you see now if I select them, they are on the hatch elevation, which is actually what we wanted to do. Hatch elevation, perfect. So now the only thing remaining would be to draw this wall here. We simply say copy this line here to this location as well. Okay. Now let's delete these guidelines, and we have our section. Now we have our the main outline of it. Let's draw its, yeah, let's finish it drawing, trimming, filleting, and adding extra details. We are close but not done yet. So F for fillet here and here. F for fillet, make sure the radius is set to 0, 0, and simply click the first line, the second line, as we learned previously, to somehow get rid of this intersection. Now for here, we selected, type TR for trim, and trim the intersections out. That's great as well. And now let's select. So F for fillet, first line, second line, spacebar to reactivate fillet again, first line, second line, and so on. Great. Here, let me check. Okay, we need to trim it out, or simply we can do fillet as well. Yep, and now we are done with the boundary. We have drawn the windows. Let's move on to the rest. So here we had, I think now we can copy this. Okay, this part here as well. So copy from here. Great. And simply let's move down. Perfect. So now what we need to draw is our section line. Let's extend it a bit. So hide this part here. Let's extend our section line till here. Oops. S for stretch, enter. Make sure we have the end vertices included, and let's stretch it till here. Great. Okay. So let's draw. As you see right now, we have a part of our house left out. And why did that happen? Okay, got it. It happened because this part of our house, how you say that, is shorter compared to this part of our house. Okay. We need to close it simply. Okay. Because here we have the canopy area. Okay. All this part here will be included in the canopy. So we will still have here somehow roof. Okay. Here we will still have roof. That's why we extended this line here. Okay. So let's see what else we have. Yeah, we need to offset these ones here by 20. Okay. And later on, or if we would draw a site plan, you would know why we would draw these two offsets. And let me quickly explain why we draw them. Because Okay. Yeah, we need to finish the slab. Sorry for that one. Let me trim out these ones. Okay. Here as well, and let me explain why. So if we would draw the side plan of our house, still we would have some parapet, right, around the house frame. So around the end of our house, we will have a parapet. And this section goes all the way from down to top. And that's why it cuts these two parapets. Okay, this is the parapet wall from our house. Okay, so let's continue and see what else we have. Yeah, now let's create a new layer and call it column. Okay, let's give it a color of, I think, dark gray. Okay, let's move back to our floor plan, REC for rectangle, and create here, not activated, let me delete it. Let's activate the column, REC for rectangle, and close here. Great, let's move it out for now. Type HA for hatch. Let's hatch inside the column. Great. Select everything and G for group. Let's make it to a group. And let's see where we have columns. For that purpose, I need to activate the axis, the dim, and the text layer. Great. Okay, so now we have a column in here. Copy. We will have a column in here as well. Great. We will have, now let's select this one and copy this one to here as well. Let's see until we see the green line. Yep, perfectly aligned. And we will have one column here as well. And these are very important because now we will finish the drawing of our section. Okay, so let's select them and type copy and copy them to the end. Do we have everything correct? Oops, yeah, here, not correct. So we will move it till here and delete this and copy this one. Or no, it was correct, sorry. Yeah, it's correct. Or no, it's not correct. We will need to find the center of it and move to the center of the, to the center of our axis line here as well. Great. Now, for these two columns as well, we need, except for the end columns, except for here and here, here, the rest, the columns should be at the center of our axis lines. Okay, great. We have done. So let me copy this one to here. Okay, now let's select them one more time and find another location as we currently are drawing the houses columns. Yeah, sorry. Let me select them. Copy. And let's bring them until, yeah. Here. Yeah. Yeah, we will bring them one to the end. Great. One more time, we will select them. Okay, it's my promise. I think it will be the last time. Yeah, here we have, and here we have also an axis line. So copy, find the center, and copy to the center of the axis line. Great. Very good. Except that here we have a column at the center of the window. It's okay. We will have a smaller window and then a bigger window. It will cut through the window. It's totally fine. So now let's get back to our section. And by the way, we will copy these axis lines here. And let's move them down to our section. And as you see, they are perfectly at the center. okay, except for this one here. Don't worry, because we are drawing from this part here. Here is ignored, okay? And let's type PL, and let's draw our set column. Is the column layer active? Yes, it is. So PL, we will go, let's say, 120 centimeters down, 60 to the right, 40 up, and then till this line here. Great. So we drew our first column. Now for this part here as well, we can simply copy this one. Okay, so it's now M for move. Let's move it 20 to the right, or sorry, 10 to the right. 10. Now it's perfectly at the center. Let's move it down again to align it. Explode. And MI for mirror. I need this to the other side as well. L, and let's close it. And let's trim out this area here as well. Very good. And now select this column, copy from here till here. And now we need also one for here. Yep. So select it, copy it one more time to this end here. Great. And this column here, we would not be able to see it, or we won't draw it in the section, because here we don't have anything left. Okay, we are drawing to see this side, not this side here. So let me type HA for hatch my columns, and let me choose, I think, a black color, in order to make it clear that these are how you say it, yeah, hatching the columns. And I think one more thing, here the columns, I think we should also hatch them to black. And I did here one mistake. Let me lay ISO. Okay, so see, lay ISO. Okay, now here we go to settings and then lock here to off. Yep. Now select off, VP freeze off. Now we will select one object on a layer and then enter. And as you see, everything that was drawn, and by the way, on which layer is this? Okay, it's on multiple layers. Why did that happen? Anyways, we will, so make sure that we will select these guys, and we know they are on the rail layer, right? So we will select them and make sure we activate the rail layer and change to current, because they are part of the rail layer. Okay. Now I know what happened. Lay on. Yep. Let me move this out. I think we by accident we drew this one, yeah, on two layers. So if I would ungroup it, this is on the rail layer and the frame of it is on the column layer. So yeah, here is the mistake, sorry. So we will SE for select similar, then we will type isolate. Great. And now we will, on the column layer, we will activate it. We will draw one line, MA for match properties, click and go over our columns. Now I want to ungroup them, accept. Let's change their color to black. Yep, much better. Now unisolate to bring back everything. Great. Okay, I think now it's much better. One last thing here. We will need to add, yeah, these are too long. Still here, I think it's enough. Let's delete this, no more needed. Now let's go back to our library, have here our bedroom. Let's select it and B for block. Again, bed in elevation. Okay, so let's copy it. Let me disable ortho mode and bring in here our bed. Then we will need, let's see. Yep, here we can also put our kitchen sink. We will have it exactly here. So to make sure, as you know, here we cut through the section with the section line, and here we got our kitchen sink. We will also have can see the dining table in elevation. Okay. So we will put it here, and this dining table in elevation is this one. Now let's see what else we need to draw. We have drawn the column, added some furniture. I think there's supposed to be, yeah, here we will see our bath tube, okay. And sorry, let me add it to the center. And now S for stretch, and stretch it to the sides. And I will also need to stretch the hatch. Okay, S, enter. Sorry, stretch this part here to the end. And I will also need to stretch the hatch. Unfortunate here. Let me adjust these. Yeah, much better. Okay, and the menu here, because we have it, as you see, we see here also the menu, even the toilet sink, but unnecessary, we don't have to draw it. Let's make it a bit more interesting by adding this lady here to the bedroom, or this one, yeah. Let's add this lady here to the bedroom, and I think put her here. We only need to move it a bit up. Great. Now we will select G for group, and let's mirror her to the other side. Yep. We can simply move her here as well. Yeah. So what else remains? We need to hatch. Let me disable the axis. Okay. And let's go here. Hatch. It's on the hatch layer. Yep. Activate the hatch layer. And let's hatch our walls, which is important for a section. So So because it's not hatching, it's refusing to hatch. Let me show you one trick. We would select them and type lay ISO. Okay. Now we will try to hatch it, but we will still activate the wall layer. Okay. Let's see if it's gonna hatch. Solid. Angle, nothing happens. I don't know why. Okay, just a second. Okay, nothing. So we will select it. Control C to copy. Create here a new AutoCAD drawing. Here, Control V. Okay. And now if you would HA for hatch, you see it's perfectly doing the hatch work. Okay. So we would select everything. Control C again. Go back to our drawing. Control V here. It did not bring the hatch. Let us do lay on. Yeah. Okay. So it did bring. So let me delete this. We would select all this and put it here. And by the way, we don't need to copy the outline. It was show you in case if it's not hatching or you get a problem to hatch, how you can fix it. Simply create a new AutoCAD drawing. And let's do MA for match properties. So select source object and now select destination object. And we got our walls hatched perfectly. Let's bring dimension line. I think this one. And by the way, let me move it up. So we copy these parts and see if we are correct. Let's choose here and move it down to our section as well. Perfectly fine. Everything is working nicely. Now, as for stretch, let me move these ones a bit up. Now let me select one more time these dimensions line and move them up as well. Great, great, great. So I think that should be enough for our section. We could also, by the way, add these ones here. Okay. Make things more clear. Okay. Sorry, not here, but here. This will be level plus 60. Now let's find offset 60. Yep. Okay. So let's activate baseline. Did we create a layer for the baseline? Level 0 here. Yeah. Is this level 0? So here 60. Yeah. Down will be level 0. Plus 60, we will go down. It will be level 0. Perfect. So we will draw a line from here till here. Okay. We will copy all this. Copy it here. And we will call it 0, 0. Okay. So let's see where else we had levels at the top. So we would select this, copy, and copy one more here. Okay. And it will be exactly 4 meters. We could also add more levels and more dimensions to it. If you want, we can finish. Let's see if we have 160. We don't have the rail here, so that's why we don't need it. 620 is the end of our, sorry, how you say? Let's add one here, exactly here. Perfect. Okay. So if you want, now we can also copy this one and also add here names. For example, let me make it SC for scale, a bit smaller, 0.5, and type here bedroom. If you want to make sure to have the same labels as to make your section more clear, bedroom. Let me move it up to here, I think. Yeah. Now copy to here. Let's type bath. Okay. Now let's copy to the other side. And here we have the kitchen. Yep. Great. And let's see if we have anything remaining. So far, we have got the axis lines, their dimensions. Very good. Let's draw also some inner dimension, do some fine tuning, add some trees here for our landscape. And then we will, I think the only thing remains would be adding our design to our layout. So now let's move on to the layout creation. And before that, let's have a look of what actually here remains in fine tuning. If you need to add anything extra, I think we can add here a couple of trees. So let's find a nice one. For example, this one. Okay. And make it to a group. Okay. We don't, this time we create a group and not a block. We will move it to here. So it fell below the hatch. So we selected type, draw order, and back. And as you see, our tree comes in the front. So scale. Let's make our tree a bit bigger. And then we would select it, or simply let's draw a line very quickly from here to here. And let's bring also another type of tree. Okay. Change this one also to group. Copy. Now we will copy here these two. Let me scale this one also by 2. And now let's type array path, select object 1, 2, spacebar, select the path curve. And so we have added our trees. We can change the distance between them, for example, to 300. Yep. Now, again, let's delete this line. We don't need it. Select the hatch, draw order, send it to back, not working. Okay, let's select this one. Draw order, front. Yep, perfect. Now select it, X for explode to exit the, to exit the array. Okay, now we have added here a couple of trees. Let's select this, or let's find a new tree for here. Okay, so let's change this one to block. I think block is better. Tree. And now copy this one and simply let's copy them here. It's too small. Scale by 2 or by 3. As now let's copy them. Let's create a couple of copies to add some trees here as well. Very nice. And I think now we can move on. Let me select all this here. Let me see if I forgot anything. We added a few person here outside. Then here I think also we added enough furniture here as well. We have the interior dimension. We could also, for example, LA, that's also important. Let's activate the theme layer one more time and start to theme, align it, and create the interior dimensions as well. So these dimensions here, 510, have to equal these dimensions here. Otherwise, we would have done a mistake. So 510, this is 220. And then this part here is, let's check. From here to here, it's 510. So 510, 220, 510. Let's see if we got everything right. 220, good. 510 has to be this one. Perfect. So we have added the interior dimensions as well. And here as well, let's create a couple of dimensions. And from here to here as well, to the bottom of, or to the 0, layer. And let's give it also here in the interior one more dimension, 320. Perfect. And now we can get rid of our library, I think. Yep, nothing else. Let's keep here the north sign. Keep it here. And now let's move on to our layout creation. So let me close this and start to publish what we have just drawn here in our AutoCAD course. And we can do so. We simply go to our first layout. Okay, and as you see, we got here something. We simply right click and go to Page Setup Manager. Okay, and then we will go to Modify. We have layout 1, layout 2. So let me delete layout 2 so it does not confuse us. Perfect. Now right click, Page Setup Manager, layout 1, modify. And now here we choose a style. So my printer is Ricoh MPC4503. If I want directly to send it to print, or for the first step, I want to change it to a PDF file, DWG to PDF. Then paper size, I want to print it in as an A3. So I go to ISO A3. Perfect. And then I choose window. And by the way, what to plot here right now, if you choose window, we are not publishing up to scale. Just a quick reminder. I just want to show you how to create a page setup and arrange your drawings into layouts. We will choose window. We will choose from here till here. So this is our print area. Everything that we have drawn will be printed. Now, center the plot, very important. Fit to paper. We won't choose any scale type. Now, drawing orientation, right now, preview. You see, it's on landscape. In case if you want to go make it to a portrait, like this one here, you can choose this option. Now, plot style, we will leave it out. You can choose here a couple, for example, grayscale would change everything on monochromatic to black and white. If you want to use to print it or convert it to a PDF with somehow transparency, you can go to choose this one. For now, we will keep it as none. And then we will plot options, plot object line weights. Yes, we have line weights in our drawing and we want them to be visible. plot transparency, okay, also. Plot with plot styles, also. Plot paper space last, okay, good. Everything should be fine. Then one more thing, or we will come back to it later. Hit OK. And good. And then close. Great. Now, what I am going to do, let's go back to our model layout. Okay. And here, as you see, I already have opened a file called layout. This is my title sheet. Okay. You can get it from my Patreon, this one as well. You can visit my Patreon, and for a small donation, you can download this one. If you have your own, it does not matter. Again, I select it, okay? Type Ctrl-C on my keyboard, then go back to Project Drawing section. Then I visit Layout and simply type here Ctrl-V, okay? Now, what I'm going to do, I will select it, M for move, enter. And currently we are working in the paper space, okay? And we are not yet there in the model layout. So you see the scale is not totally correct. So SC for scale, choose this point here. And I will type R while the scale command is active, R enter to activate scale reference. I choose this point and this point here, and perfect. Now we have a well drawn title sheet, okay, where you find project name, you can add designer name, drafter name, your logo, address, and any notes you would have. So now, as we have drawn, by the way, you see this box, we do not have it here, okay? We don't have it in the model space. We can see that, but we have it here in the layout space. And that's because this one is exactly, if I double click inside, this is the window where I will add my drawing to it, okay? Right now we are again back to the model space, as you see. Now, if I want to exit, double click outside, we get back to the layout space. So while I double clicked outside, or you can also change between model space or paper space here with this icon. I need to adjust this one here, okay? And this decides how much the area of my drawing. So from model space, what will I put inside this window will be printed in between, okay? So now I want to go for C. Now, let me show you. Now I want to enter the model space. Double click inside, okay? Then Z, find zoom, and make a box around this drawing here, okay? So, and it's too small. I would still want it to make it a bit bigger. So create a smaller box. Yep, perfectly done, okay? And as you see here, we have our drawing. Okay, one issue we have here, which I already can see, I don't want my dimensions to have thickness. So let me go back to the model space, select one of my dimensions, or go to LA, layer, and see if my dimensions, or is it me only feeling the no? Let me turn them off. Depth points. Yeah, they don't have any dimensions. So I could simply select similar and check if they got any sort of, thickness, line weight. I want all of them to be set by default. Okay. As I don't want them to have, and here, let me check. Line weight is set to default for the dimensions. Let me select all of them by select similar. So see what I'm doing. I select one and type SE4 and find select similar. All my dimensions get selected. And here, simply for line weight, I set to default. And I think this was the way it is. I don't know why I saw somehow they got the line weight. No, they did not. Okay. So let me call it, here we have the project name. And by the way, this is as a block. Let's continue. And we have put our first one, our first drawing. Now here, right click, move or copy, and move to the end, create a copy. Okay. And as you see, layout one, rename. Okay. We will call it floor plan. Then we will go to the second layout. Yep, and call it rename, and we will call it elevation. Okay, this is only sometimes when you get a bigger project, you get here somehow like 20 layouts. So it's important to give them names in order to be able to move between them. So this time, double click inside. And now, again, the same process. Zoom, choose this much, or I want it to be bigger. I would choose a smaller window. Great. Move it a bit up. Okay, or we can still keep it like this, but double click outside and then let me hide object for now and simply bring down the window. Okay, till here, I think. Yep, great. And now unhide. Great. And by the way, this line won't be visible when we are printing. Okay, so I think this tree here is somehow not the way it's supposed to be. Okay, so let me go back to model space. And I think, yeah, this tree, draw order, if I send it to back, oh, it's still visible. Draw order, let me bring it to the front. This hatch has 0, or simply we can, yeah, let's remove it. I think, yeah, it's better. Let's remove it, but these hatches, let's select them and see why they are not visible. Draw order, let's bring them to the front. Yeah, let's select this one, draw order. Let's send it to the back. Yeah, okay. For the other one as well, draw order, and let's bring it to send it to the back. Perfect. Now it's supposed to be correct. And also this one here, draw order again and send it to the back. And again, we have our 2 layers of hatches, back and height. And I think we deleted this one. Okay. So let me do Control Z very quickly. Yeah, let me delete this. Or now, let's try one more time. Draw order, send it to the back, or select here everything and type draw order and bring it to the front. Yeah, now it's correct. Now it's correct. Okay. Now it's correct. And yeah, I think we can move on. Floor plan, everything correct here. Elevation. Also, we got our elevation. And one more time, move or copy. Move to the end, create a copy, hit OK. Let's get to this one, rename, and call it section. Okay, simply the first 3 letters are enough. Double click inside and let's create zoom and create here a window as well for our section. Great. Now, to publish it, I think then we will get a problem, which I'll show you how to solve. But also here, we need to type the labelings for each one. So we will go to text, find the text layer here, and let's create a text here and call it a floor plan. Great. Rotate it. And that happened. It got a strange rotation angle because I did not specify the rotation angle for it. Okay. So here we have floor plan. Let me change its color to black. Now, Control C. Let's move to the other layout and type here Control V and call it elevation. I think the first letter should be capital. Now, select it, Control C, and let's move to the third layout. Control V here, and let's call it section. Okay. So, and by the way, see, because this is a block, okay, because my title sheet is a block, I'll show you something. Here, if I double click on it and block to create or edit, so previously I've shown you how to create a block. And if you call it project name, we will call it AutoCAD course. Okay. Now close block editor, save changes. As you see in floor plan, AutoCAD course. So if you go to elevation, it also the name changes AutoCAD course, and also in section as well. So that's because this is a block. Okay, our title sheet is a block, and whatever changes I would do to it will change in the other layouts as well. That's why we created a separate text outside of the block for it in order to be able to write elevation, section, and etc. So now let me close it and let's see how we are going to print it. Okay. So now let's try to publish our drawing and convert it to a PDF. So how we are going to do that? Very simply, either here. But before that, I think I see already a couple of problems. First of all, I think this color is too light and it will be difficult to read. And secondly, we cannot see our lane types. So what we are going to do, let's go to the model. And by the way, I don't like the line types, by the way, in any way, they are not looking nice. So I will type LA for layer. And again, this is why layers are very important. We can, in a non-destructive way, going back and forth between what we have drawn. So what we are going to do here, while let's find the axis, change its line type to hidden. Yeah, I think it looks better. And for our level lines, also, let's find level here. The line type is continuous. Let's change that to hidden as well. Much better. Okay. And now if you go back to the model space, you see here we have the problem of the line types not being visible. And we can solve this by double click and let's choose select similar. And also for our axis line, select them, one of it, and SE, and find select similar. Great. And now let's type PR for properties. And let's see if we type 5, nothing. So it means the line type scale is not too big. It's too big, sorry. That's why all this is 1 dash, and that's why it's not visible. So let's go for 0.05. Yeah, much better, much better. Good. And by the way, we will keep the circles as one continuous line. It's better. Here also, everything is correct. So one more time, zoom, enter, and let's create a zoom around it, a window. Great. That should be fine. Okay. So let me go back to the model space and change the color of my type SE for select similar. Yeah. And it's on the text layer. And the text layer, the color, let me change it to dark gray and go back to the layout and see, yeah, now it's better readable. It's much better. We can read it more easily. So I will convert it to a PDF right now, but there will be a problem. As you see, this is our limit. This dashed line is telling us where the limits is. So anything beyond this will be cut out. So let me quickly show to you. Already create a PDF. So as you see, it's cutting out these ends, okay? And that's because we need to remove the limit for our printer or our PDF converter. So how we are going to do that? Let me close this. We simply need to go back to the Page Setup Manager. We choose any of our layouts, right click, find the Page Setup Manager, go to Modify, and then here we get the Page Setup Manager back. And here we have to go to Properties, and then we find Modify Standard Paper Size, find the exact paper size here, ISO A3 297 by 420. So we will go to try to find ISO A3 297 by 420, hit modify here. Then you see we have here the limit, okay? This boundary here, we will choose 0, 0, 0, and here 1. Top, bottom, left, right. The boundary, all of it should be 0. Next, and finish. And this time we hit OK. OK again, hit OK, and let's close. And by the way, we have to do this for elevation and section as well. So I leave that one for you. And then what we are going to do, we simply right click, publish, or select all layouts, or let's simply do that. Oh, sorry. We will go back to Page Setup Manager, modify, and after we have done that, we choose window and select from this end here, okay, to this end. So we need to redefine our boundary, hit OK, and close. So we need to do it for elevation as well. Page Setup Manager. While it's on elevation, we hit modify, properties, then modify standard paper size. We will find ISO A3 297, modify. It's already set to 0. Next, finish. Okay, window from this corner to this corner. As you see, these ends, you see it's cut out. So anything beyond it was cut out. That's why we need to redefine. Let's see, preview. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. And by the way, if you remember previously, I told you that we can change everything back to grayscale. So if you choose here grayscale, okay, and hit preview, you see almost everything except for our green colors and our blue colors. Like we don't get anymore the purple and these strange lines, okay? So we can do that. So if you want to print everything in grayscale, so right now I will keep it as none, hit OK and close. Now for the section as well, so we can print out one as well with grayscale. So Page Setup Manager, we select this, right click, find Page Setup Manager, modify, and window, again from this point to this point here, hit OK and close. And now, how to publish it? Right click on any of the layouts, select all layouts, right click again, publish selected layouts, publish to, we choose a PDF, then hit publish, choose a location. I want to choose desktop, PDF AutoCAD course, and here I will call it Drawing 03, select, and now let's see what happens. So let me move to that location. Yeah, plot and job completed. It takes a couple of seconds. So let's now find our PDF file, Project Drawing 03. And as you see, we have published it. This is our floor plan. This is our elevation. And this is our section here. Okay. So one thing here, very important, this line here, in order to remove it. Okay. And also one more thing, what if we want to print it in grayscale? Okay, so solve these issues. Let's go back to our AutoCAD course and find this line here and move it up to this location. Okay, so this is for our section, for our elevation as well. Let's click this line and move it up till here. And by the way, this here is showing, so double click inside. We will select and move our elevation here a bit to the side. Zoom. One more time, zoom. Great. So now we got rid of, let me show it to you. We got rid of this line here. And I already promised you we want to print as well in grayscale. And to see the difference, we will try one also. So we remove this line here. And now let's try to find, to print one in grayscale as well. So we will go to our floor plan, right click, Page Setup Manager, modify. And here in the plot style, we will choose grayscale and make sure plot with plot style is enabled. So now if we hit preview, you see our drawing changes to black and white. Only we in the settings, we decided that all the green colors will be accepted from this part. Okay, so the green colors, you can even choose other colors to be exempted for it. I don't know what the right English word is, but I choose the green color to not be turned and the blue color not to be turned into grayscale. Okay, so we will keep it as grayscale, hit OK. and close. And by the way, for all the layouts, we don't need to do this. Only the first time you create a layout, we need to apply these settings, okay? So now if we would select all, by the way, we haven't done grayscale for elevation and section. I will leave it so that you see the difference. Select all layouts one more time, and we will hit publish selected layouts, then hit publish, and desktop, find our PDF AutoCAD course, name it as Project Drawing 04. And this brings us to the end of our AutoCAD course. I want, by the way, to apologize for any inconvenience. I hope you learned a lot from this course. I hope my English and the explanation for the AutoCAD course were clear and you understood it well. Again, I want to remind you, if I have any questions for me, I would be more than happy to answer them in the comment section. And if you have any suggestions, also feel free to drop them in the comment section below. Don't forget to go through the links, which I shared a PDF with you, where I am explaining where you can find the AutoCAD shortcuts. And here at the end, we are in our floor plan drawing. As you see, because we did not choose grayscale for our elevation, we still have these colors, but we choose grayscale for our floor plan plot manager. As you see, it changed almost everything back to black and white. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this course and you learned a lot. And don't forget to like and subscribe, and see you in our next tutorial.